Espero que estés teniendo un excelente lunes. Muy feliz fin de semana a todos ustedes. Espero que lo hayan pasado muy bien y todos sanos y salvos de vuelta, por supuesto, por acá. Sigue siendo verano, tristemente. Así que andamos flojitos todavía en esto. Andamos flojitos todavía en esto. Pero bueno, ya se acerca septiembre y la pesadilla. Bueno, de cierto modo, me imagino que todos los papás están contentos de que se acaben las vacaciones, pero al mismo tiempo tristes porque pues no van a poder estar con sus hijos un rato más, pero al mismo tiempo es de, qué rico, ahora es responsabilidad de alguien más. Así que, como vaya a ser del lado que se vayan, sin juzgar, felicidades, vayan a divertirse. Bienvenidos a este casino del tío Salo. Ya saben que aquí vamos a estar analizando el precio de Bitcoin y aparte otras acciones que nos pongan acá nuestros miembros de Elite Trading Academy en unos minutos. Pero antes, como siempre, tengo que platicar con ustedes de algo. Necesito relleno, brother. No, quiero platicar de cosas interesantes. Y para toda la gente, si esta es una de las primeras veces que estás viendo este canal, nosotros no nos enfocamos tanto en las noticias que están poniendo, sino en por qué nos están diciendo las noticias, ¿no? ¿Cuál es el punto? A fin de cuentas, todas las noticias es una distracción, es completamente estúpido leerlas y verlas. Lo único que importa es la realidad, es fuera de eso. Pero hay gente, y yo creo que la mayor parte de nosotros continúa siguiendo eso, ¿no? Y para mí lo peor que puede pasar en este planeta es escuchar a alguien que solamente está leyéndote las noticias y dando su análisis de lo que dijeron en las noticias, porque eso es solamente repetir en voz alta estas cosas, no te está enseñando nada y además te estás quedando atrapado en esa información que no tiene valor alguno, en mi opinión, para ti. Lo que estás buscando es la realidad. Y ahorita es lo que vamos a platicar. Porque ahorita, por ejemplo, les voy a dar este delicioso ejemplo. En estos momentos existe una gran cantidad de noticias que nos están diciendo un poco de lo mismo. Pero, ¿qué es lo que nos quieren decir estas noticias? Vamos a empezar el día de hoy con algo súper sencillo. ¿Ok? Aquí pone, Las Vegas, y ¿saben qué? Déjame algo más chiquito para que lo puedan ver mejor. Vamos a esta página donde nos pone, güey, Las Vegas está viendo una baja en turismo y esto dice que está mal, que algo está mal en la economía de Estados Unidos. Pero aquí abajo también pone que la razón por qué está pasando esto es porque Trump está teniendo un global trade war, que está teniendo esta guerra de aranceles con todo el mundo y también por sus políticas de inmigración. Todo el mundo lo sabe, ¿no? Entonces, el problema de Las Vegas y por lo que la gente no está yendo a Las Vegas a gastar en realidad, habla sí un poco de la economía en Estados Unidos, pero está hablando más de todas las cosas que ha hecho Trump para hacer enojar a todo el mundo al grado que no quieren ir a Las Vegas. Es espectacular, pero no tan espectacular como Canadá. Recuerden, el turismo canadiense a Estados Unidos ha caído dramáticamente por todas las cosas que está diciendo Donald Trump. Güey, este Donald Trump no para de ser malvado y de hacer cosas así. Ok, vamos a esta otra. Este es un poco diferente. Las ventas de McDonald's están cayendo porque está McDonald's apoyando a Israel. Hmm, ok, bueno, parece que hay muchísimos sabotajes en contra de Donald Trump y de Israel y de Estados Unidos. ¡Qué locura! Y si buscamos también acá en Google McDonald's y boicots, vean todos los boicots que hay de McDonald's en este momento. Y es por eso que la gente no está yendo a comprar cosas a McDonald's. Es una locura, es una locura. Entonces, si vamos a ver estas noticias como cualquier persona que las estaría leyendo, estarían diciendo, bueno, yo creo que también es parte un poco de la economía, pero pues sí, es que Donald Trump es muy divisivo y todas estas cosas. Ok. Y también, por cierto, existe lo mismo ahorita que la gente no está comprando snacks, ¿no? Como papitas, chocorroles y todas esas cosas. También hay un sabotaje en contra de las empresas de las papas. Se los juro por mi vida, de los snacks. Hay sabotajes de todo esto. Y para todos ustedes que no entiendan lo que está pasando, es sencillo. El trabajo de Estados Unidos en este momento y de toda la publicidad que están viendo en conjunto, que están viendo salir en todos lados con este tipo de narrativas de que, güey, lo que estamos viviendo son sabotajes por diferentes ideologías, es simplemente esconder la realidad debajo de un tapete. ¿Ok? Es lo que están buscando estos güeyes. Y esto es aquí donde quiero que aprendamos todo lo que estamos viendo y lo que estamos viviendo. Porque es muy fácil para engañar al ser humano. Es una de las cosas más fáciles del planeta y mientras más pones atención a este tipo de cosas, más te das cuenta. Engañar a la gente es la cosa más sencilla del mundo. ¿Y por qué están engañándolos? ¿Por qué les están diciendo que esto es simplemente porque Trump está polarizando a la gente o que Israel, porque McDonald's apoya a Israel, o tal vez porque tus chocorroles favoritos y todo esto han subido de precio, entonces estás boicoteando, o también por detener esas consideraciones de emplear a gente que tenga o una minusvalidez, que sea no sé, como que no tengas una pierna o estés en una silla de ruedas, o también en la famosa agenda Day, ¿no? La de, pues, güey, tengo que contratar a un transexual que es binomio, que es pansexual, que tiene todas estas cosas para poder ser mi persona de HR. También porque están cancelando eso. Ahora todo el mundo está diciendo que es porque, güey, estamos saboteando todo porque somos una generación que cree definitivamente en las cosas. Nadie en este planeta cree nada. Nadie en este planeta se pone literalmente a gastar socialmente. O sea, literal, a menos de que alguien te diga qué es lo que tengas que hacer, no lo vas a hacer. La gente no se junta toda y pueden organizar algo hermoso entre ellos juntos. Simplemente no funciona así esta realidad. No funciona así. La gente es llevada y puesta en estas situaciones que creemos que estamos haciendo una diferencia a propósito, como cuando protestamos pendejadas. La razón por la que nos están diciendo todas estas cosas, de que todo el mundo está protestando estas empresas y por ende están comprando menos de ellas, es porque estamos en la mierda económicamente hablando. Y es tan sencillo que la gente no tiene dinero, no puede poner ya más cosas en su tarjeta de crédito. Compró un coche que vale la mitad del día de hoy, se tiene que salir del pago porque los intereses los están matando y no puede porque debe la mitad del dinero encima del precio del coche. Entonces no puede. A la gente no le alcanza para viajar, no le alcanza para vivir día a día y todo el mundo está estresado por todo lo que es su dinero. Pero simplemente poniendo que, güey, lo que están viendo en todos lados es solamente un boicot de diferentes razones, hace que toda esa gente que está viviendo en carne propia. Y esto es donde es espectacular el poder que tienen estos cabrones y tenemos que aplaudirlos y quererlos por ello. Porque para sacar a esa gente que está... Esto es como la parte 2.0 de lo que yo les había contado antes. Fui a cenar con una amiga de Belén y era su cumpleaños y estaba parte de su familia. Y el güey con el que yo estaba sentado al lado literalmente me había dicho esto. Yo trabajo para una empresa de tecnología, acabamos de comprar una casa y no vamos a tener dinero para los próximos 3 meses comer, entonces deséanos suerte. Pero la economía está fortísima. Pero no tengo dinero para comer por 3 meses. Pero la economía está fortísima. Eso fue lo que literalmente me dijo a la cara esta persona. Y es un poco lo que está viendo todo el mundo en estos momentos, que todo el mundo cree, no, esta situación por la que estoy pasando es única para mí, todo está bien y simplemente la gente está protestando a McDonald's. No es cierto. Lo único que están haciendo es pudiendo esconder el descontento de la gente, mintiéndoles, engañándolas de que su situación es única a ellos, volviéndolos todavía más locos, volviéndolos todavía más culpables, haciéndolos pensar más en este problema que crea una realidad más mierda para esas personas a sí mismas. Y esto simplemente está propagándose y volviéndose peor. Lo que estamos viviendo es simplemente una economía que está destruida. Ya nadie tiene dinero, absolutamente. Ahora, la gente que tiene dinero tiene demasiado dinero. Y estamos yendo ahora a algo que se parece más a cómo se vive en China que en Estados Unidos. Es más, lo que estamos viviendo en Estados Unidos, y esto es lo que llevo diciendo desde el 2021 en línea, porque hemos tenido el podcast de emprendedores y hemos estado por acá, y eso es, están abriendo esta grieta, ¿no? Están haciendo que la clase media en Estados Unidos desaparezca y completamente se destruya. Estamos viviendo, si vives en México, entiendes esto, hay gente que tiene y hay gente que no. Solamente existen esos dos paradigmas y dentro de la gente que tiene hay gente que tiene demasiado, pero da igual. En México existen solamente dos partes, el que tiene y el que no tiene nada. ¿no? El que puede tener que tenga una señora que le ayude con la limpieza, que tenga todas estas cosas para vivir bien, que le hagan de comer, que pueda comprar todas las cosas que tiene que comprar, pagar su renta sin problema, etcétera. Existen esas personas y las que literalmente no tienen nada. En Estados Unidos estamos yendo a esto y además estamos viendo el nacimiento de una clase extramillonaria. Esto nunca lo habíamos visto. Las empresas de tecnología han estado despidiendo a muchísimos empleados. Estos empleados que han estado despidiendo hace una cantidad, cientos de miles y no millones ya a este punto, ¿no? Dentro de los últimos años, porque han estado sustituyéndolos por inteligencia artificial, que los vuelve operativamente mucho más eficientes, hacen más varo, todo perfecto. Pero la gente que todavía está en estas empresas tiene literalmente salarios de 20, 10 millones al año, 5 millones al año, y los meros, los buenos, como en inteligencia artificial que necesita Meta, etcétera, que están ganando $1,000 millones en contratos. Ni siquiera la NBA está viendo esos contratos, ni tampoco tu liga favorita de fútbol, soccer, ni siquiera Cristiano Ronaldo está haciendo ese dinero. Toda la gente en el sector tecnológico está haciendo una fortuna. Estamos creando una sociedad de gente que tiene dinero ilimitado y luego estamos todos los demás. Por más que te esté yendo bien, no puedes compararte con ellos. Eso es ridículo. Es como si todo el mundo de la nada, en cientos de miles de personas se volvieran atletas de la NBA y tienen un salario base de mínimo 1 a 5 millones de dólares. Eso es lo que estamos viviendo y eso es lo que no quieren que te des cuenta en este momento. Otra cosa que quiero apuntar rapidísimo antes de irme es esta locura, tíos. Déjenme ver si lo puedo poner en pantalla. No, no era eso. Ok, denme un segundo. Lo tengo acá. Lo guardé en mis bookmarks. Esto. Damas y caballeros, efectivamente, Nvidia y AMD están dispuestos a pagar 15% a China en básicamente lo que hagan de varo para, digo, Nvidia y AMD están dispuestos a pagar a Estados Unidos 15% de sus ventas a China. Y esto es lo que yo les había platicado ya hace un rato, donde les dije, existe una posibilidad gigantesca de que Estados Unidos se voltee, que después de armar todo este pedo de aranceles con todo el mundo y haya reestructurado todo, haga un deal con China y todo se vuelva a juntar una vez más. Y que todo esto que haya ocurrido, esto de diferentes bandos, etcétera, fue una cortina de humo gigantesco para esta reestructuración total de todas las dinámicas comerciales que existen en el planeta, porque esto es literalmente lo que estamos viviendo, es un ajuste que se ve cada 100 años. La última vez que pasó fue después de la Gran Depresión. Pasa 100 años. ¿Ok? No necesitas más prueba de eso. Entonces, siempre es muy importante poder analizar las noticias en eso. Y en realidad lo más importante es dejar de ver las noticias y preguntarle a todo el mundo alrededor tuyo cómo les va. Si estás viendo que la gente es estresada, que no tiene dinero, que les falta, que necesitan trabajo, etcétera, la economía está mal. Es todo lo que tienes que saber. El estudio de los datos económicos que te da el gobierno se trata solamente de economías falsas y de datos falsos y de narrativas falsas para que caigas en esto, no te des cuenta que estás jodido, no te des cuenta que están creando una clase social gigantescamente, potentemente trillonaria y que a todos los demás los están dejando en la mierda y cuando venga inteligencia artificial y pueda por fin sustituir a todos, ellos serán los reyes y todos los demás serán los extras en la película, para decirles bonito. Vámonos con todo esto, vamos a analizar los mercados de Bitcoin, vamos a analizar las acciones. Este fin de semana me ha estado yendo muy bien con mis trades. Ayer, antier creo que fue, tuve uno que me falló por fin y les voy a decir la neta, esto me lo causé yo mismo. Estaba viendo que todos, cuando te salen muchísimos trades juntos, ¿no? Es como cuando vas al casino y le pegas a la ruleta una y otra y otra y otra y otra vez y empiezas a pensar, puta madre, ya me toca equivocarme. En cuanto haces eso, valió verga. Entonces, en cuanto hice eso, por supuesto que la cagué, pero de todas maneras, estoy muy arriba de lo que había hecho y espero que todos ustedes también estén participando en ello. Así que vámonos sin más ni más al casino del tío Salo. Los quiero invitar rápidamente acá justo a nuestro Discord para todos los que quieren acompañarnos. Esto es absolutamente gratis, ya lo saben, es el Discord de Elite Trading Academy, lo pueden ver aquí arriba. Los menús están del lado izquierdo, en la descripción de abajo vas a poder accesar al Discord con la invitación. Aquí están los análisis de Alex, por supuesto. Acá tienes el chat general para venir a platicar con toda la gente por acá y ver dónde están parados. para poder tener diferentes, aquí, cuál de todas las posiciones, hasta dónde crees que suba. Bueno, es bueno, es bueno, es bueno. Me gusta esto, me gusta ver a toda la gente platicando de lo que están viendo. Vámonos con los P&L cards, por supuesto, un 415 positivo. 450% en un 20X. ¿Qué compraste? No mames, güey. Qué buen trade. Felicidades. No, bueno, 567% en Ethereum. Bueno, este fue un 500X. De eso se trata todo. Bien, me ha gustado verlos por acá. Puta madre, 909% en un long, solamente en un 20X. ¡Qué locura! Ah, aquí está mi favorito Tomatito, como que no, el mismísimo asesor de Nancy Pelosi con un 449%. ¡Qué ricura, eh! También acá recuerden, tenemos nuestro criptolingo. Criptolingo es para cualquier persona que no entienda ciertos términos de los que se platican, no se ven en pantalla. Aquí los tenemos. Y obviamente tenemos todos nuestros enlaces oficiales también por acá. Si eres un degenerado como el tío Salo y quieres tradear futuros, vente a nuestro sitio web. Es totalmente gratis y simplemente porque tenemos acá en Tutos, te metes en cómo tradear en Bluffin y te cuenta exactamente. Bluffin es un exchange de futuros. Eso quiere decir que puedes comprar Bitcoin, hacerle long, hacerle corto, hacer lo que quieras. Puedes comprarlo en spot, etcétera. También junto con todas las demás criptomonedas y hasta apalancarte hasta un 150X. Eso quiere decir que $1,000 se pueden volver 150,000 en un trade, pero atento, que eso te puede eliminar rápido si no sabes lo que estás haciendo. Un videito de 5 minutos para que puedas ver exactamente cómo mover dinero, mandarlo a tu cuenta, cómo operar dentro de la plataforma, a dónde ir, cuáles son los menús que quieres ver, etcétera. Y aquí tienes el enlace para registrarte en la página de Bluffin. Usa nuestro enlace para asegurarte que puedas participar en todos nuestros eventos. Ahora que regresemos del verano, estoy seguro que vamos a tener más torneos de trading donde estemos dando una buena lana a todos los que estén participando. Y también tenemos el otro exchange. Esto está aquí también en el enlace en la descripción de abajo. Y tenemos nuestro exchange también de BTCC, que es lo mismo que esto, pero te puedes apalancar hasta 500X. Sí, con $1,000 puedes hacer un trade de $500,000. Y también tienes acciones tokenizadas. Eso quiere decir que puedes comprar Tesla, AMD, Nvidia, etcétera, a través de cripto con monedas estables como USDT en diferentes cadenas. Así que ahí lo tienes. Y sin más ni más, damas y caballeros, les traigo a las damas. No, les traigo a los señores. Guten morning, motherfuckers.
Buenos días, muchachos. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
It is
Hey,
Monday.
I got a couple of TPs that hit overnight. I'm feeling good.
Yeah, it was a great weekend, honestly. Feeling good about price action right now. What do we got on the Bitcoin, Alex? I see you're sharing your screen already. You're ready to go.
Yeah,
What's
no,
going
I
on
mean,
with the Bitcoins?
weekend was exciting. We did get price action volatility over the weekend, which is always nice, rather than just chop and nothing. You know, into Friday's stream, we were looking for $116,000 to continue to hold. If this continued to hold, this would just easily give us a bias to move up to the next range, kind of like that mid-range zone. We're using that $118,000 region. And so far, I mean, the last 2 days has not been disappointing. We see here $116,000 did act as support, and it almost acted like a bull flag. And that's exactly what we were looking for into last week. You wanted to see the flag pull and then actually the flag play out, leading to another expansion. I noticed this when Bitcoin was moving, very upward and into the right. And every time we'd go into kind of like a form of consolidation, generally this would just put in bull flags. A bull flag leading to continuation. So that's exactly what we were gauging into last week. And so it's nice to see we got followed through. But now where are we? What has occurred? And actually quite a lot has occurred over the weekend. We were able to actually take out, that wick high that we were watching very closely to be possibly the next lower high. You were seeing a series of lower highs being formed on the 5-day, and going into this closure was no different. We really needed to see bulls step in and break this lower high posturing, and so far we've done that. And so rightfully so now, after making, in my opinion, now a higher high break, you should be gauging some kind of higher low. And that's just how this market always goes. I know that kind of rhymed to a degree, kind of rhyme there. But we really should be looking for a higher low. And that's just what the 2-day has been telling us. There's no reason to fight the trend. And after a clean higher high break, all eyes simply on resistance. And so we saw resistance, this green line, act like solid resistance through this entire chop. Mind you, these are 2-day candles. And so now we're watching to really see if $120,000 gets reclaimed. I think it's a lot easier to use the median in this scenario as well, simply based on the fact that you can see when we lost it, it was, a lot of chop under it. And now you've rallied up against it again. The big perspective is it going to reclaim back above the 2-day median and also get back above massive resistance? So we've had moves before like this, nice breakout moves. But what you noticed was $120,000 was constantly stopping price here. And so this is now resistance. It's proven to us that this is resistance. And that's why that's kind of my perspective going into this week. I need to see this get reclaimed. So far, you've moved up. You've hit my extremity high simply using the all-time high. And what you've had now is a wick high rejection, and you're now falling back within this range. Perfectly okay. Doesn't mean you're bearish and you're about to reverse, but this just could play into, well, maybe we're going to actually find a higher low after making a higher high. Just would make a lot of sense. And what you noticed was into yesterday's close, you didn't really backtest $118,000. Now we saw $118,000 act as resistance, played within this little range. So why can't, this be flipped into support? And it's the same exact reasoning, perhaps maybe a bull flag leading to a new high. That's kind of the bull scenario I'm looking for moving forward into this week. I really want to see how this daily develops. Very well could just be baiting shorts here on perhaps a shooting star, leading to a little buyback into the close. If you see dailies reclaim back above $120,000, this will give you more confluence of actually testing closer to the all-time high once again. But until then, you are under it. You're seeing this rejection happen. You still have 10 hours until the daily close. And you have a zone here that gave you a valid breakout. But we know how Bitcoin likes to operate, and it very much so likes to break out and then throw it back before the real move. So we should be gauging very closely the reaction at 118,000. And it's using the same exact reasoning as what we use for 116,000. That's why identifying a range is pretty nice on Bitcoin, because it at least can keep you in check. So, all eyes on this daily close. You see the 12-hour was able to get back above 120,000. So in theory, this should just see continuation, and 118,000 should just be a spring, if not an opportunity. So that's kind of what I'm gauging for today. We'll have to really watch very carefully how the 12-hour develops. But I understand the 12-hour has 10 hours to go. So instead, I'm going to be using the 4-hour. Let's go to the 4-hour. And so what you see here is you're just still in a 4-hour uptrend. And you're actually potentially consolidating right above exactly where you'd expect. The 4-hour 9. You have the top side 38.2%, and also potentially going to hold above $120,000. So this perspective isn't really bearish. I mean, if I throw the rainbow chart off, on the lower time frames, you can just see you broke out, and now you're trying to flip these wick highs into support, very simply. So in the next 4-hour close, you're going to really want to see if this deviates back within this range, or if you actually hold above. If you hold above and continue to hold above 120,000, then this will have implications for a really good 12-hour, in my opinion. So you're kind of just watching and waiting to see if, bears are wanting this, a full-on deviation sell down, while bulls simply just want to play the levels, and they want to use 118,000 as that extremity for maybe a higher low on like the 12-hour. Perfectly would be okay. Where you get concerned though, and this is just the same criteria, is when you start breaking structure, you start breaking 12-hour uptrend, you start losing that $116,000, and then you start actually getting a range breakdown, which is just simply based on losing this $114,000 region. Until then, you are just basing a breakout, and we're potentially seeing that occur into this new week. And you should be gauging a breakout and potentially a big move, because volatility has been telling us that a major move is coming on Bitcoin. And that's just shown on this 5-day. This 5-day was giving us 2 sessions of 0% volatility. We got the 5-day expansion. It still stayed above 15%. And now what you're seeing is you're seeing bulls flip this in favor and potentially, get a breakout here. These moves on the 5-day often give you a 30 to 35%. Generally, these are the big breakouts that have been occurring in this bull market. The hopium was that, bears were taking control here. We were getting a breakdown, forming that 5-day bearish divergence. But now what you're seeing is bulls have flipped trend. This is no possibility of bearish divergence on the 5-day. And now what you're potentially brewing is a flip-flop, which seemed like it was in favor of bears when you had this expand down. And now what you have is a quick reversal. This is exactly what occurred. I don't know if some of you were here when we actually went down to that $74,000 region. You were having volatility expand on the 5-day, which was looking like a valid 5-day BBWP setup, only leading to it going to about 50%. This giving you, I believe it was only about a 20% move, 18%. So again, not the full length of this setup. It was more like a failure. Until then, it reset back in bull's favor, leading to another breakout. So we've seen this before. Bulls quickly taking back in control when bears had a little glimpse of hopium of maybe a breakdown. So now all eyes. You have a higher high. So if you did decide to get a pullback here, it's very easy. You're just going to play what you know. And so we know the daily needs to retest $118,000. You start losing that $118,000 on a daily, then you can make an argument to maybe go back down on the 5-day and retest closer to the 5-day EMA 9. Again, would be perfectly okay. And actually more so, this would be looked at as a higher low. For me, at least, you have the higher high, you come down, higher low. That way, then maybe you actually get a breakout. That's kind of what I'm gauging into this week. And that can quickly change, and we can just keep going up only. But I need to see that proven to me on the 4-hour. That's where it's going to start, which then will bleed into the 12-hour, and then ideally the daily. So that's kind of what I'm looking for today. You still have a valid volatility set up on the daily, and this still looks to be breaking out. So that's why, this very well could just be a bait on shorts. And the reaction on this next 4-hour will be very telling to me. Because while bears are looking at the daily turning into maybe a shooting star wick high rejection, bulls are just looking at this as a throwback. It's back testing what was resistance into support. HBDR is telling you that exactly, all while giving you a lower time frame higher low. You already had follow through of this evening star here, so perfectly fine. But now it's at big support. So it's just more a question of, will this hold? What were we looking at here? Amazing 15-day closing in 2 days. You're just able to see how the median held through and through. And now what you're potentially putting in is like a 15-day bull flag. This is looking like it's going to continue. We'll have to see where these shift into the next 15-day close in 2 days. But I really won't. I don't see why, if you take out all-time high, why this won't start just really breaking out and maybe testing towards closer to the $150,000 region. It's not like you do have a 15-day volatility setup freshly firing off. And this is very interesting to see. You started seeing it fire off on this green dildo during this, valid breakout, and we had this channel here. This channel just gave us a volatility setup, broke out, and you're just continuing to hold. Yeah, dirty wicks, but still continuing to hold. Where this closes will be very telling to me. But see, this perspective here kind of says, yeah, I mean, bulls are winning. And to me, this just looks like it wants to continue. Doesn't mean that it can't go and test, right around that $116,000 region again. And that's why I just will keep hitting home that $120,000 is the spot. You want to see that get reclaimed if you're going to have like a continuation trade. If you're not, and this is going to stay under it, then I would be more in the camp that you're going to test 118,000 and maybe form that higher low just like that. Perfectly fine. You just need to still be gauging this within a range. And that's why today is going to be very important to see if you're actually breaking out. If I just delete these, right, you just delete this, and you can just see this is just a range. And so you're right at the verge of breaking out, but we know how Bitcoin is, and it very well can just do the higher high, get the higher low, trap shorts, and then move up. It's just what you've been seeing. These levels have been really working out. Each time you just backtest, move up, backtest, move up, backtest, move up. This should be the last, backtest before going to a new high if we are going to break out from here. A new high for me, it's very easy. I'll just go to the 5-day. We'll just gauge this here. And I do believe, a new high can easily be formed around 130,000 to 132,000. We've talked about that number for a few months. I'm still seeing it populate and seem like the likely area. If you do break out, to find some kind of, resistance right in that $130,000 region. So let's just see the 2-week real quick. Big 6-day close. Let me delete my Picasso drawings. Let's take a look at this. Right, you see that 2-week median is even right around 127,600. So, you very well could make a new high within the next 6 days. I mean, that to me seems very likely. Goes to the median. Let's say $118,000 holds. Like, and you form that daily higher low, this would be my next objective if you start to break out from 120,000. And that's just based on this. I mean, this is just starting. So not confirmed, but very well could be in 6 days. And going to the median would simply take this high out, give you a new 2-week higher high, and that's when you can make an argument to maybe get that higher low. But still, that would mean $116,000 is the spot that absolutely needs to hold. And you can use that 114 as your extremity low. At this point, though, in time, going back to the daily, I don't think that we're going to see $114,000. Knock on wood, obviously, but I really wouldn't want to see these lows get taken out, because you can just simply play the trend. And so the trend is telling you that you have a consistent daily uptrend that's telling you that you don't need to use $114,000 anymore. You simply can just use this zone here, this low. This is the low that led to the higher high break. So, in theory, 118,000, if you're playing daily trend, should hold, and you should just simply use August ace low. So that's kind of what I'm going to be gauging for the academy. And that can quickly change if we, in fact, do close dailies back above all these wicks. That'll then trigger an immediate long for me, and I'll be looking for a test at all-time high. Now, if we break all-time high, that'll be very telling. And if we can't break all-time high, let's say we get very close to it, roll over, lose 118,000, okay, then yeah, we might go and test that $116,000 area. And then that will put in question the daily trend. So, but that would still be fine, right? We can still get bear traps in the sense of daily trend can go down, all while 2-week is still very up and in an uptrend, just grinding a higher low. It's often where you get traps is when you get like a daily trend shift, but the higher time frame trend shift hasn't occurred, leading to like a trap scenario. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. I do think the weekend provided us a lot of info. I unshared my screen. Let me share that back real quick. And so with Bitcoin, you're just kind of in wait and watch mode in today's close. So that's kind of what I'm gauging for. I do think this will easily give us another trade. This is not the spot to be scaling trades. And the only trade you should be looking at is just simply the 4-hour. The trend is your friend, and so if you are going to be aggressive, you can simply play a 4-hour continuation trade here. But then the bet would have to be that, well, you're not going to take this low out. You're going to hold above 120,000 on the close, and then this should take you up, to at least back to around 122,000, maybe even to 123,000, right at that 78.6%. This is the only viable trade I can see today. And it's valid. I mean, it is valid. So we'll watch this potentially. Let's go now to Bitcoin dominance, because you're hearing a lot of excitement with ETH, a lot of excitement with Ethereum over the weekend. And so let's see if it's so back or not. Sweet. So you've hit that support zone that we were watching actually. So that's kind of the zone that you need to absolutely see hold for bulls. And so at this point, though, the weekly's in a consistent downtrend with a lower low break. And so now you have a perspective here where you need as a bull to break this wick high, meaning you just simply need to start seeing this get back above the weekly 9 and hold above the mean line right at 62.37%. If not, you're going to just see this turn into a lower high, possibly at that EMA 34. And how my system works is if you're under the EMA 34 in a downtrend, you're going to get a move down to the EMA 100. So, I mean, that still would mean that you potentially a 6.6% move down, which that does have implications for Ethereum. I don't people DMing me talking about 366 on ETH BTC, which is very good. That's exactly what you should be looking at. But we really do just want to see the reaction here, because you're still not getting a breakdown on ETH on Bitcoin dominance quite yet. Now that that breakdown could easily occur on the monthly, and this monthly is something we've been watching and observing. I'm not sure why these aren't populating. And so what you're having into August is potentially a monthly EMA 9 loss. And this is important because you've seen this entire bull market, this simple moving average, exponential moving average, but it's just a simple EMA 9 hold through this entire bull market on a monthly chart. This has simply kept you in check. And so that's why, yes, it's 20 days, quite a long time, but I'm still gauging this as potentially brewing a breakdown. Now, we just need to see really and get confirmation of that by having this monthly 9 get lost. And it definitely helps by already losing that EMA 100. So the weekly being in a downtrend definitely has implications for a bad monthly close, but we're already at support. You very easily can go up and test this EMA 34 on the weekly, and specifically when you have a reclaim and a loss, generally is my next lower high zone that I like to look at. Well, it'd be nice to see this monthly EMA, or this weekly, weekly EMA 9 move right around that EMA 34, giving you more confluence of a lower high spot. Could look like this. Or, you just simply break down from here. And aggressive bears will simply use this red dildo, the wick low of it. They'll draw a line out, and aggressive bears will be saying, nope, this is flipping this into resistance. You should start seeing a breakdown towards 57.77% soon. So I won't trade off this, but I'll use this as a gauge, more of a perspective. And you would be using this region anyways, just simply based on that daily 9. So, it's actually kind of logical. But still, daily still in a downtrend. This was in a valid channel that broke down. So, if let's say you did make that move all the way up, again, it would just be brewing a lower high potentially and a retest of this breakdown. So, I mean, still bearish on Bitcoin dominance. And we actually were able to identify this quite early on this monthly close. We understood that this was technically a loss. And so if you are going to be majorly bearish, this will just reject down. And bears definitely said, hold my beer. And they got that, but now we're at support. So we just want to see some kind of reaction here. This isn't where you start scaling shorts on Bitcoin dominance, but rather look for a lower high on the weekly and see if you're either going to reject this zone or come in for the logical lower high at that EMA 34. Maybe taking out shorts that are taking this easy, in quotation marks, easy trade right here. That is quite aggressive. Beautiful. Quick glance at this, you are under resistance on ETH BTC. So this at least can give you more confluence of, yeah, maybe that weekly does grind out a higher low on Bitcoin dominance, a lower high. I hate how I do that sometimes, my brain. A lower high, because this isn't a downtrend. This is looked at as the major lower high, lower low. And so the easy lower high spot is just simply playing that bearish retest here, which could, maybe mean that ETH BTC finds some resistance and comes down, forms a higher low, and then breaks out. Everyone and their mother is bullish on ETH right now. Wouldn't be the most surprising thing. Oh, interesting. So, we'll look at this now. What a fun chart, Tether dominance. So Tether dominance has just simply been in no man's land. We've been kind of gauging for a move back down to the white line, this support zone, using 4% to 3.79%. So 3.79% is my extremity low. But what you have on this chart is you are just simply kind of in the gray zone. I mean, you don't even have actionable price divergence for hopium for bulls. You have a lower low. Excuse me. And so you should be gauging here. Simply any move up is just going to be a trap to longs. And this should still make its way down to 4% before finding some kind of bounce. We were looking, maybe it's front running here, but this just grinded out a weekly lower high, lower low. So again, if you get a move up to 4.4%, use that as your lower high spot. And you simply just don't want to see 4.6% get taken, or July 28th high. Look at that. This 5-day kind of gives you an idea of this. You reclaimed above support, even got back above that 5-day 9, lost it. So if you moved up into that 4.4% region, I'll just be looking at that as a lower high and an easy one. If we move up to here, because it's easy because you just know exactly where you're wrong if you're playing trend. But again, this is hopium. This move is hopium. And again, that's why you're just in the gray zone. Very easily could just reject and move down and then get that bounce. See how the daily's looking. Yeah, nothing actually. Daily's just looking terrible. So this is why you really have no gauge other than down on Tether dominance until 4%. Just looking bad all around. But 4% is a big zone. So you should be gauging this as that. You've already seen this region get hit twice or flirted with a few times, 2 times within this range. And so the hopium for bulls is you're going to come down, swipe, hit this bottom, and then move up. And this will give you like a triple bottom scenario, which most double bottoms fail. So you can just imagine how triple bottoms act. But that is still a real thing that we could be dealing with here. Now, I don't think that's going to happen, of course, but I'm not going to disregard major support at 4%. It's only until you start losing, let's say on a weekly close, back under 3.79%, where I will be convinced this is about to capitulate and Bitcoin's about to actually put in a major combusting action to the upside. And that's just based on how big of a range this is down. This would mean that now you're taking out that hopium of a triple bottom all longs here are going to get flushed out, and these longs have worked out every time you've gone down to that 3.79 to 4% since February of 2024. And then the next logical zone will be kind of like what occurred here, where you dumped down, you rejected it, and this just aggressively took you down to the next region, right at that 2.48% to like 2.44%. So until you actually see that, there really is more of a bigger chance of a bounce here than not. But that doesn't mean that you still can't play this little move down. That's still a nice, gracious 5% down, and possibly lower. My extremity low is right here, so that still could mean Bitcoin has 9% to go, potentially. Or you're just gonna, break down and then have that, and bulls are happy and the music starts again. Yeah, nasty. We'll see where this bi-monthly closes. You haven't really been able to see since 2024 this EMA 34 kind of break away. You had to close down, and then into that next bi-monthly, you reclaimed it. So just chop. I want to see kind of what occurs here. Does this get bought up? Do we hold the EMA 34? Do we lose it? Go back up, reject, leading to a capitulation? Pretty clean trading out here. Just monthly lower highs, lower high. The only hopium was that this took out the lows too. No hopium. So it isn't a monthly downtrend. This is looking like the next lower high. And so if you are a bull that's playing, well, maybe this is going to be a triple bottom, understand that this downtrend has implications for this low getting taken out, which could mean that, this isn't going to hold, and you're going to make your move down to, that 3.48%. But again, we've seen how this range, acts. You very well can get bounces that turn into bearish retests, as shown here. But essentially, once you do start losing this green, yellow line, you are just going to start seeing tether dominance move closer to 2.44. So, this at least should keep you in check. You can easily play the ranges on Bitcoin, but just understand you're still at major support here. And that's why I'll use that weekly criteria. You want to see a weekly breakdown like this. That'd be nice. So in summary, watch maybe a pullback on Bitcoin, gauge that using the 4-hour. Let me get off of this, go to the 4-hour, zoom in. The 4-hour will be important to bulls. They're simply going to try to play this 4-hour uptrend. You need to see if this 4-hour is going to lose 120,000 or not, because this will have implications for the 12-hour and the daily. The daily needs to hold above $120,000. And if it can't, it's just still within this range, which then gives you more of a likely scenario of finding a higher low, retesting this, what was resistance here, broke out, flipped into support before making a move back to around that $120,000. If you did do this, and then you got that higher low and you moved up, it's still the same criteria. You're simply watching to see if $120,000 holds or not, and then you can simply maybe find trend off that. Just keep doing what we've had this whole move up, which is playing the levels, throw back, long here, breakout, throw it back, long here, breakout. I mean, this is an easy market, and it only works with volatility. So that's why today, $120,000, the gauge, use the 4-hour to see if this is going to likely reject into the close. And if you don't lose it on the 4-hour, then maybe make an argument to start longing, playing the 4-hour uptrend. Because as long as you hold above $120,000, you are going to start seeing this high right at, I'll just get an accurate number, 123,000 get tested. Possibly even today, if the 4-hour holds this zone and grinds out a higher low. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. Very interesting market you have this week. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm gauging. And I'm still watching Bitcoin dominance and ETH BTC very carefully because, you know, a lot of people are bullish on ETH, rightfully so. It looks great. It broke 4,100. But yeah, 366 is kind of where the party begins for me on ETH.
Alrighty. We will start with HPDR on Bitcoin. And before that, we'll ask a little question. Are we having fun with our Bitcoin? Are we having fun? We're having a lot of fun. I'm having some fun.
I'm having fun, Mr. Chump.
A lot of fun. All right. So on the quarterly, we did mention for the last couple of live streams that on the quarterly, we did get ever so slightly close over that quarterly median, which does give you probabilities by the next quarterly candle that you'll at the very least get another reconnect with that median, and we're ever so slightly making our way towards that median as these weeks pass. Now, price is out of somewhere around $120,000. Initially, price was trading somewhere around 105, 106, 107, somewhere in that area when this idea was brought up, trading somewhere around $14,000 above that area now. Still got about a month and 20 days left to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. And the median right now sits at about $164,900. I know it's a very, very ridiculous number, very crazy, but we've seen some crazier things than price move up a couple of what's the word for $10,000? A couple of racks, as the kids say. We've seen the price move up more than a couple of racks within a month period. Let's see if I can find another example where we closed ever so slightly over the median and then we went to reconnect with it. Let's see. There should be one. This one was a little bit over the median, but a little bit more, and then we ended up going to more so than reconnect with it. Went a little bit over it again. This was one to the downside where we closed ever so slightly over, came back to reconnect. See if I can find another one. It's hard to see the median. Right here, this is a perfect example. But median didn't move up, so you can't really see the move to the upside, but you do see you ever so slightly moved over that median, connected did it again, and then you moved up significantly to the 38.2%. I'm trying to find one that's more similar to what we have now. I guess you can't see it on the monthly, on the quarterly. You probably see it on the lower time frames, however. And on the quarterly, you're coming very close to putting in that hidden bullish divergence, which will very likely on this next quarterly open, you will see this momentum shift down a little bit further to take out these previous lows, while price action is putting in significantly higher lows, giving you that hidden bullish divergence, which is right now just appearing as a possibility, has not actually put itself in just yet. Monthly is also now putting in that hidden bullish divergence, breaking all of these previous lows, while price is putting in a higher low. Volatility is now expanding from almost 0%, somewhere around 5%. And if we look at the jewel is now curving back around, giving us a fresh buy signal on the monthly, putting in hidden bullish divergence, taking out these previous lows. And as of right now, all of these divergences are basically just a formality because they will confirm with any second close over about $110,617. Very likely that is going to happen. Right now we're trading somewhere around $120,000, about $10,000 over that pivot, and we're also significantly over that 38.2%, which is right now at about $113,800. That will also give you probabilities of going towards this median, assuming we do close over that 38.2% level, taking you to somewhere around $159,000, pretty close to that quarterly median. 2 week is now also putting in, very close to putting in that possible hidden bullish divergence. There's this slight drive right now, but what we're looking for is to take out this low here on momentum, and then that'll put in 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, which will then very likely give us some very nice busting action. Right now, volatility is just about to start expanding from 0%, just below that moving average, and the jewel is now giving you a buy signal, getting back into the bullish control zone, giving you hidden bullish divergence, and just about to invalidate that bearish cross with the pink below the yellow. And right now, our target is going to be based off the HPBR, as long as we're holding over the 5 EMA, would be a target of reconnecting with that median, which we are below right now, and technically that would be resistance as long as we are below it. So my idea is to get a rejection somewhere, or low time frame rejection somewhere around this 127 to maybe $130,000 area, some consolidation around there, maybe a little bit of a pullback, and then an attempt at new all-time highs. I don't think we're going to smash right through like that 130 area on the first time around. Weekly is starting to shift to the downside. Still hasn't confirmed yet, hasn't closed, very close to putting in hidden bullish divergence on the weekly. Also, basically all of the medium to high time frame divergence time frames are putting in possible divergences, and you're resting just above that median right now. You've been over the median after you since you closed above it on July 7th. And usually, whenever you consolidate like this and you're steadily over the median, you're over the 9 EMA and the 5 EMA, this is just going to be a bull flag consolidation before another move up, basically like what we had right here, where 38.2% ever so slightly rose with every close. We tested the bottom of it and sprung up to the above the median. Right now, the same thing is happening. The 38.2% is ever so slightly rising, and as long as we are holding over that median, probabilities are that we're going to be testing that top 38.2% wherever it is whenever we it doesn't move. Right now, it's sitting just below 140,000 at about $139,000. 5-day, basically the same exact look as the weekly. Same thing with the median, making its way towards that 38.2% at that $130,000 zone. 2-day now starting to flip back up on momentum, putting in hidden bullish divergence, taking out these lows. That has now been confirmed with this candle close over here. And volatility is now approaching 0%, sitting at 3.5%. We're finding some resistance right around that median, which is about $120,400. This is the first time we've been testing the median since about 24th of July. Getting the close over the median is what's going to give us that busting action. Because you see, last time we got that close over the median, we got two girthy green dildos all the way up to that 50% on the HPDR. Right now, the 50% sits at above about $132,000. Once again, that prophesized $130,000 zone. On the 2-day, the jewel's losing the sell signal, shifting over into a neutral, and pretty close to shifting into a buy signal. Daily is also flipped to the upside, getting close to the bullish control zone. Give you a rejection of the bearish control zone, putting in here. Is it? No, not quite hidden bullish divergence, because you did make a lower low. Is there any regular bullish divergence? No, not even that either. Interesting. And you're finding a rejection right around that 38.2%. So if you do get a close like this, you very likely will get a little swipe down to test somewhere around this 9 EMA, around like that $117,000, $118,000 area. Very likely this is going to be a spring, however, into that 127 to 130. And the reason I'm saying 127, where that comes from, is this 61.8%, right below 127. Four hours now flipping to the downside on momentum. Volatility is contracting, however. That is some hopium. I hate whenever it does that. And we're finding some support right at that top 38.2%. Right now, if you do get a close below that 38.2%, that's what's going to give you that move towards somewhere around $118,000, right along this median, this 21 EMA. And very likely you do find your higher low right around this point and then spring up into the higher to mid 120s. Into the RSI. Quarterly still has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over 74,441. Next target is that critical zone, which right now is sitting just about at $200,000, at $201,000. This number will update in 1 day, 1 month, and 20 days. But how much is it going to update? Not sure, because last time it was only at 204 and it only moved to 201. So it only moved by $3,000. Maybe it moves another $3,000. Maybe it moves 20. We won't know until it happens. Monthly is invalidated the bearish divergence, putting in hidden bullish divergence. The RSI does not have another drive possible, but the HPDR momentum does. And we've already hit the easy target, which is a simple moving average on the RSI. Next target is the critical zone, which is currently sitting at about $148,000. Close to that $150,000 area, which was our monthly median, and the quarterly median was about 160s. 2-week also has that hidden bullish divergence still active with another drive possible now, and that will confirm with any close over about 120,271. That'll give you an easy target of the critical zone, considering volatility is now expanding from below 15%, and that level is at the moment sitting at about 176, but it will update in 6 days. A little unlikely that we go to 176 in the next 6 days. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Come on. 6-day has now put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. Now we've got 3 drives on the 6-day. A little unconventional time frame, but I like to point it out because it has the divergences that I like and it fits my bias. And that divergence will be active as long as you're closing over about 112. 112,657. Your next target, which is going to be the easy target, is going to be that simple moving average. Right now, that's at about $131,000. Oh, pretty beautiful. I like this number. And then the next target is the critical zone, which right now sits at about 151. I also really like this number. 5 day is now about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence that will confirm with any close over about 117,727. That'll give us an easy target of hitting that first is the simple moving average, which is pretty close. That's at about $120,000, and the critical zone is sitting at about $140,000. That divergence is just a possibility though for the next 2 days and 10 hours. But if you close over that 117.7, it's confirmed. And you are now getting volatility expansion from 2 periods of 0% with that hidden bullish divergence. It's going to looking like it's going to be one of those 5-day setups that looked like it was firing off to the downside and then just gets popped back up and zooms up. Basically, every single 5-day setup has been like that so far. Looks like it's about to fire to the downside and then it just gets bought up and then busting action. Nothing there. The meme, oh shit. Somebody called me. I was like, why didn't my screen just change? The meme has become real. It was a meme back in the day that the bankers are stealing your coins. Now it's real. BlackRock is buying your liquidations. On the quarterly, we got momentum still pointed strongly to the upside with volatility expansion. Actually, I'm going to do Tether first. Tether is pointed strongly to the downside with volatility freshly expanding for the first time since about April of 2022. If you guys remember what happened in April, that was right before Luna collapsed right around June. And we had momentum flipping up whenever we had that volatility expansion. Right now, we have momentum strongly pointed down, and we are going to be pointed down as long as we're closing below 5.78%. And we still have those meme line targets where we're getting below this meme line brings us down to this meme line. And as long as we are closing above, like even if we were to tap this meme line, it would be a very, very large move up on Bitcoin. But as long as we are closing over this candle close of about 2.23%, eventually you are going to put in hidden bullish divergence because we are taking out this low and price will be making a higher low as long as you're closing over 2.23%. And that will eventually be the end of your, if you want to call it a bull market for crypto. That will correlate with somewhere around probably a 40 to 50% dump minimum on Bitcoin because Tether will be going somewhere around these 5 to 6% area. Now, even from where we are now, that's a significant pump on Tether. But from this zone here, that is a omega pump on Tether. That goes along with like a multi-$1,000 move down on Bitcoin in one candle. Monthly now freshly flipped to the downside. Volatility now freshly going into an expansion phase. And flip down, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, putting in hidden bearish divergence, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're below 5.37%. And the hidden bearish divergence comes from this momentum taking out this high here, while price making the lower high. As of right now, though, there is still a possible Jesus Toast inverse head and shoulders right here. Likely not going to play out, however. And likely your easy target from that divergence is somewhere around that 100 EMA, which is going to take out this low and invalidate the inverse head and shoulders. That is at about 3.5%. 2 week has currently also pointed to the downside, volatility just now getting into an expansion phase, rejecting getting out of rejecting the bullish control zone, and it is pointed down below 4.91. Weekly also pointed to the downside with volatility now starting to get into an expansion phase, just above that 15%. And we are pointed down as long as we're closing below 4.18%, which we are right below right now. 5 day also pointed down with volatility expansion from 2 periods of 0%. This was that idea playing from before where Bitcoin was looking like it was giving that 5 day setup to the downside, but Tether was also giving a 5 day setup to the downside, giving some conflicting signals. Pointing towards the direction of the possibility that the 5 day setup was actually going to fire off to the upside on Bitcoin. So now looking like it's happening. And 5 day on Tether is going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 4.22%, and it's rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. Just got to lose this wick low here, and we can start the real capitulation into the mid threes. The wick low is at about 4.11%. 2-day also freshly flipped to the downside on Tether, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone and pointed down below 4.37. Daily is also pointed down with a double derp of death, fresh volatility expansion, and is pointed down below 4.4. 4-hour is now freshly flipped to the upside, still within the bearish control zone, and it is going to be pointed up as long as you're closing above about 4.11%. Now we'll go over to the Bitcoin. Bitcoin is pointed up. On the monthly, quarterly, let's go to the monthly. Monthly is now freshly pointed up, putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out these previous lows, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over about $94,950. And this monthly did give us a confirmed volatility setup by closing with volatility over 15%, which does have a 100% hit rate of playing out in terms of the direction of momentum, which is currently pointed to the upside. And volatility is now once again above that moving average. It did tick down below for a little bit, but it didn't close below, so it never invalidated the setup. And now it is once again back above that moving average in an expansion phase, giving us a monthly setup that's firing off to the upside. Pretty clear to see on price action that it's firing off to the upside. I'm not going to apply the numbers that we had from the last two monthly setups because they were over 100%. And I think that's a little bit too crazy to apply from here, but somewhere around 30 to 40% ain't too much. Let's see what that would be. Started expanding from here. So far, about 14%. Take it about 35%. Brings us to roughly $145,000. Swing at 40%. About $150,000. Very nice numbers. Likely it's going to be higher. I'm just taking those numbers to be conservative because every time we had the monthly setup before, it was well into the 100% ranges. 2-week is now also giving us that volatility setup, confirms in about 6 days with volatility expansion, and we are pointed up as long as, or we will flip back up as long as we're closing over about $116,550. Last time we had that 2-week setup, we had some girthy green dildos. We had one very girthy one, and that took us up about, let's be fair and take it from the volatility expansion. Which one expanded? This one, I think. I think it was from here. That gave us a move up of about 21%. Let's apply 21% from this candle's close. Brings us to about $140,000 to $142,000. Interesting once again, because that is one of our RSI targets, right around $141,000. Weekly is currently pointed to the downside. Volatility is technically in a contraction phase, getting pretty close to that moving average, about to go into expansion, and it will be pointed down as long as you're closing below $122,500. This pivot flipping up would be the signal that you need for the more short to medium term bullishness. 5 days currently flipped down, very close to flipping back up with volatility expansion now from that 2 periods of 0%. And you will flip back up as long as you close over about $118,750. And you'll put in hidden bullish divergence by flipping up because you took out these previous lows and price put in a higher low. 2-day is now also freshly flipping to the upside with volatility in many periods of 0%. Very close to now starting volatility. Actually, it already is technically in expansion phase now, getting above that moving average. We just need to get the close to confirm that volatility expansion to start going over that 15%. And right now, that setup would be applying to the upside because we are freshly flipping up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and we will be flipped up as long as we're closing over 116,100. Didn't quite put in hidden bullish divergence, came a little close. Daily is now also giving us that volatility setup for many periods of 0%, and we will be flipped up as long as you're closing over $115,600, and you are now heavily within the bullish control zone. This is going to be flipped down likely. Yeah, 4 hours freshly flipped to the downside with volatility now at extremes in the 90% area, and we will be flipped down as long as we're closing below about $121,600. But it's very interesting to see a very strong bounce from that 9 EMA with momentum pointed to the downside. And now we're once again over the 5. Assuming we close over that 5 EMA, maybe we get another retest of it, but that likely would be it. The confirmation for this being the bottom is we need to get a close over about 120,633. If that happens, this will confirm this is a local bottom. That'll give us no divergences, but it should be enough to retest somewhere around that $122,000 area. Okay. A little bit lower. Come on. 2 hours also pointed down as long as you're closing below 122,100. Hourly is pointed down as long as you're closing below 121,750. And 30-minute is freshly flipped up off of a double extreme with momentum pointed up as long as you're closing over about $119,600. So this is going to be the area where if we can start to get closures over about 120,800, that would mark this as a local bottom, sending us back up to retesting these $122,000 area. It is right on that edge right now on the low time frames. With momentum pointed down, you're getting a strong bounce, and the very, very low time frames are starting to flip up. So on the higher time frames, Bitcoin is looking extremely bullish, still even more bullish now. So to me, with momentum still pointed up on the quarterly with volatility expansion, monthly is now once again showing that the volatility setup taking back over that 15% since we never got a close below it, never invalidated it. And that does have a 100% hit rate in terms of direction of momentum. It in the past has given us more than 150% move every single time. Right now, I'm only applying somewhere around a 35 to 40% move, so I don't give you some insane numbers. And 2 week is also now firing off that same setup. 2 week gives you roughly a 20 to 25% move from confirmation. That would put us somewhere around that $140,000 zone. Basically, every single time frame, all the way down to the daily, is pointed up. Daily is where it starts to get a little shaky, still pointed up. 4 hours now where it starts to point down, and 2 hours pointed down, 1 hour is pointed down. When you get down to the 30-minute into the weeds, it's starting to flip back up. It is possible that we have a local bottom in now, but we do need to see a close over about $120,800. If we get that, that will confirm some low time frame bullish divergences, and that should take us to somewhere around 122. And if we retest somewhere around that our current wick highs, I do think we're going to break them and go to somewhere around that $127,000 to $130,000 area. Some consolidation there, and then I expect another try higher. The invalidation right now is getting either a weekly close below about, or a tick below about 98,330, or a weekly close below about 111,980. Either one of those two things, and I'll throw out the more short-term bullishness and go back to the drawing board. But right now, I do think we will get maybe a little swipe to the downside to around 118, or if we get a close over 120,800, then I would say the bottom is in and should be looking up from there. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can. I'm sorry. I had my hands behind my head when you did this, and I freaked out, and it's just a disaster. Oh, you would think that it's very simple to just take your hands, pull them from your head, and grab your shit. Dude, I clicked on everything except what I needed to. Okay. We got that was awesome. Very clear and very easy to follow, both of you guys. The next ones is going to be the S&P 500, and we got IXHL. IXHL.
I'll do S&P.
IXHL. Incanex.
Yeah, we already looked at it. It's just a hard. We couldn't figure out if it was LXHL or IXHL, but it's IXHL, I think. We already pulled it.
Yeah, I'm kind of retarded, and I always mix up the I's and the L's.
Well, no, this is impossible to tell. The way that it's written, I can't tell. Like the L and the capital I look identical in this thing. Yeah, identical.
Rating view, yeah, it does.
Yeah, I'm fucked either way. Old age. Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, I'm just looking at the dollar with this mini uptrend that it's got building. Sorry. Let's go to the Bitcoin price.
I was told the dollar was over. I was told the dollar.
Yeah. It's over. It's very over. Dude, you know what? I got yesterday someone that doesn't know shit about anything, literally anything, tell me that gold, to buy all gold. And I was like,
oh, wow.
This
Time
is
to short.
interesting. And then I said, you should look at the dollar. The dollar should turn around. He goes, absolutely not. It's going to zero. This is someone that never talks about finance. Never. Doesn't know anything about it. And he's been, I don't know where, bombarded by buy gold, get rid of your dollars, which is very interesting in my view.
And Alex just got another top signal as well a couple of days ago about crypto.
What?
Remember? Alex, you want to mention?
What was it? I don't remember it.
The investment from Thailand.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, our boys in Thailand were like, they came up on some money and they want to invest it all in Bitcoin. And I'm like, oh, that's not a top signal I've ever heard of one.
Wow. That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, this is literally, a lot of people wonder how the market really works. And it's just like this. You just got to get everyone on one side and then pull the rug from underneath them and go to the other side. That's kind of just how it works.
Yeah.
Like we're just analyzing like every day, like what could be the possibility or the odds of price going up or down. But in reality, all you need to do is wait for everyone to be on one side and take the other and just wait it out and it'll go your way.
Yep.
Just like Ethereum.
You just got to remember, the market likes to fuck everyone.
Yeah, Ethereum, unbelievably, everyone, dude, a month ago was saying Ethereum is completely done. Like everyone, it was like common knowledge. You said anything against that, and you were an idiot. And now everyone's like, Ethereum is the new financial system. That happened like 3 months ago. You know what I mean?
It's because we're all in it for the tech.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Some Bitcoiners were making funny. Hang on a second. Let me pull this. Drake Cash save. 1 second. Here it is. Okay. Let me share this with you boys. So Drake, 1 second. Let me see if it shows. What the fuck? Okay. So Drake shared this, and everyone now this is a random one that I literally just found. This is another one, but everyone is saying the same thing that they said there. 1 second. And the thing that they said here is Drake shares a photo of his safe. Does he not realize the value of cash going down at a rapid pace? Has he heard of inflation? Does he not invest? All right. This is what people are saying. Now,
oh fuck, I was muted. I said Drake is like a billionaire. Pretty sure that's like a fraction of a percent of his net worth.
That's absolutely nothing. This is too. And by the way, one more time, I don't know who that dude is. The one where I saw it just on X was like. Hang on a second. Let me put my camera because I feel like this is going for way too long and it's kind of weird not seeing whoever. There it is. There I am. Let me put myself in there just so that I explain this. 1 second. Okay. So this is a real economist, like a legitimately big economist that's written books. And he said exactly the same thing that this dude also said. And this is Drake that has billions of dollars, has houses that are $120 million houses, has invested in every company that you could imagine, right? So number one, the lack of awareness of these people that have written books that are telling everyone like how the financial system works is incredible. And the second one was this person is a big Bitcoin bull, right? Huge. So he goes, well, Drake's a fucking idiot because not only that, he's also holding US paper, which is the worst kind of money instead of free money like Bitcoin. My fucking ninja, Bitcoin is traceable to the T. Cash, you can't find it. Gold, you can with a metal detector. Cash, you just can't. You can spend that cash anywhere and they'll take it anywhere and no one will ever know that you spent that cash on that. The most decentralized and purest form of money that means freedom is cash money.
Mm-hmm.
All you are absolutely fucking retarded if you think Bitcoin is better than anything else just because the price keeps going up. The price keeps going up. It's great. Don't get me wrong. That's awesome. That's an easy bet because with this bet, they're making people like you, people that have written books, that went to fucking college and studied economics and then got a PhD and a masturbation D and all the other Ds that you could possibly get in school that they give you so that you could recognize where something is working or not. This shit means nothing of what you all believe. It just goes up in price. And that's all these people care about. I don't, and by the way, now I have accepted how easy it is to manipulate people into believing anything. Like that, dude, they're at the beginning of the show, I did it in Spanish so you guys don't understand, but I was showing people, they're saying that McDonald's is being boycotted because they support Israel. They're saying that snack companies are being boycotted because they fired people in their they're not hiring DEI agenda anymore. Because there's not a transsexual without a dick picking up the phone. I'm mad, so I'm not buying my favorite snacks. They're saying that people are not going to Las Vegas or traveling to the United States if you're Canadian because you're protesting Trump.
Oh boy.
Yo, motherfuckers, realize you're being fooled. You're poor as fuck. You are already poor as fuck. You all are poor as fuck, in debt, and think that the United States, for some reason, is doing great. You are the economy. You are poor. And they're hiding this from all of you in front of your faces. You're struggling. You can't pay for shit. You need more credits. You need to fucking beg to God to please be able to get rid of your car that you bought when it was like 3 times the price that it's worth right now. And you have like the highest interest rate loan in the world. You're begging for those lower interest rates. But yet, the economy's great. The economy's amazing. Canadians are just mad at us. We are mad at McDonald's. No, people are broke as fuck, period. It's crazy how simple it is to fool people. And again, the biggest thing in the world is they're fooling retards that have PhDs. Like, what's up? Like, to me now, school is the biggest joke in the universe. If you all motherfuckers went to school and are looking at Bitcoin and are looking at the economy and say this is a strong economy and you're reading your data, economics is the study of how people spend their money. Economics is not the study of the Fed's numbers. That is for retards. That is for absolute fucking retards. And you all motherfuckers are 60, 70 years old with PhDs giving classes and putting this fucking poison into other people's heads. Get the fuck off your high horse. Get the fuck off your high horse.
And
you have no idea what the fuck you're
and
talking
about.
Insane amount of money. And they all go in each other podcasts to
boy.
do the circle jerk of like, hey, look how stupid we are. And it won't stop. It's unbelievable. Bitcoin is worthless. It's the Trojan horse into the system right now. That's crypto, blockchain for the dollar so that we can buy all of our debt. That's it. And it's great because it's going to get more idiots like you all that believe in it to get in so that you can change your dollars into digital dollars. Until that's done, Bitcoin will continue to go up in price. Of course, it can have corrections and all that stuff. So you don't have to worry about me saying, oh, Bitcoin is bullshit, so it's going to go down. No. That's the only thing it does. It doesn't do anything else. It's traceable as fuck. People say, oh, it cannot be confiscated, but all governments have a stash that they've confiscated. Like, you have to be a fucking animal to not understand. The animals are way smarter than you. So, I mean, it's freedom money. It's completely decentralized, but you need to buy it through Coinbase, which is an American financial institution, just like a bank that reports like a bank, or through your bank. Yeah, completely decentralized. And if you want to sell it, you're going to have to use the same exit paths. And sometimes even your bank account goes, sir, we do not like, and we're not friendly with crypto if someone sends you a big amount of money, and they'll ask you to provide ID and to provide all these different things. Tell me if I'm wrong, Alex or Farhan.
Oh yeah.
I've been kicked out of banks for 25K crypto deposits.
Okay,
Literally,
so
we're not comfortable more than $20,000.
So Farhan, this is super decentralized. How come you just didn't get your money out magically through decentralization and appeared it in your fucking dick? Get the fuck out of here. All of you fucking, it's unbelievable. The level of retardedness is unreal. And you know what? I learned that you don't have to be nice in this world to do well. This is how stupid you all are. The people with the PhDs teaching people these things. You are the stupidest motherfucker in the world. It's unreal. Unreal.
We know it works because Andrew Tate does that method. You're a fucking retard. That's why you're poor.
It really works. And if you think about it, like, the billionaires are pieces of shit also, and it works really well. Like the social media guys, like Jake Paul, for example, he's a tremendous pile of shit, and it works really well. So you don't have to be nice in this world to be able to get ahead. That's a big lesson I've learned recently. So either way, I'm still very nice because I like being nice. That's the part that I like. But you're all very stupid. Okay? If you believe in this magic money that's decentralized. Cash, like Drake has it, that's the best and greatest form of decentralized money. Everything else is you're retarded because greed is blinding you like everyone else. You're in a job that you hate for 20 years because they're paying you well, but you hate it. You're an idiot and a weak motherfucking pussy that can't get fucking out of there just because money's blinding you. And the same thing applies to everything.
Yeah, literally. Who knows where Drake got that cash? Anyone could have given it to him, and that's why cash is king. There's no trace. You don't know where he got it. You don't know how he got it. He's paid his taxes on it. He just has it in a safe that no one knows about. That is just simply it. I mean,
it probably has like 10 or 15 more of those safes.
And that's what he said, that this is just one of my safes. Like, it's unbelievable. These fucking financial geniuses that went to school and spent 30 years in fucking school. Unreal.
And it just takes some common sense, some basic common sense to realize.
It doesn't exist. Dude.
Here's how much.
It doesn't exist.
That's true. Here's how much this guy is worth. Here's how much cash he's got right here. He's probably got some Bitcoin too.
And by the way, he does. He always talks about it. And the other thing, about Drake with his fucking stupid cash. Forget about it. It's so stupid either way. It's really.
He has a lot of crypto though too. Like he has a massive stake deal with it.
I mean, he's mentioned Bitcoin. He says that something about my mood or something is like the price of Bitcoin. One day it goes up and down, and the next day it's up.
Yeah, I mean, dude has so much money. It's unreal. Like, it's unbelievable. And by the way, that like the fact that this post is making it everywhere, it's part of like an example to make dumbass people look at the dollar and go like, ew, it's gonna go lower. Like the person that reached out to me yesterday telling me that has no clue of finance. And he's standing in the same hill as the retard with the PhDs and the written books. Isn't that incredible? Like, you can't make that up.
It's just like in April when everyone was saying Trump was going too far and the markets broke, and then you're just like, well, now you're just hitting the weekly SMA 200, which did happen in the bottom markets. But everyone was so convinced Trump went overboard, and we've never seen these dumps in markets, and
destroyed the economy.
Destroyed it, my stocks, and we literally went to like a weekly SMA 200 and bottomed. But just seeing like the amount of people running with that, my brother asking me, "Is everything okay?" Just like, oh god, like, the competition is so easy. It is truly so easy.
Yeah, dude, come on. The stock market goes down, and people go, "We're in a recession." Instantly, they all went into "we're in a recession" just with the stock market down. Nothing else. Not the fact that they're broke as fuck, that McDonald's is not getting anyone to go in there and buy anything because Israel, remember, it's because of their support of Israel. Yeah. Not because people can't even fucking buy snacks, motherfucker. No. It's because the stock market dropped. That's why you're so smart, and now you think we're in a recession. Congratulations to everyone. Absolutely congratulations to everyone. And to all the retards saying that August was going to be, August is always a bad month, and it became a narrative everywhere, and you still supported it. You're a fucking idiot. It's unreal. Fucking
I remember
real.
seeing that. I think we mentioned it too. Like, everyone thinks August is a bearish month.
So what's going to happen? Completely the opposite. It's so sad that it's so simple and that people can't accept it. Like, because they've poured years going to school, and I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of dollars in student debt.
Think of all the
do not understand anything.
Yeah, the time and money that you take to do that, to then learn subpar education, to then have just a spewing narrative that literally everyone's talking about is just stupid.
I used to be ashamed to say that I dropped out of college. Now,
oh, dude, I am so glad I didn't go to college. I barely finished high school. I'm so fucking glad, because if I went to college and I was that stupid, I ended.
It makes you stupider, truly.
Yeah, no, it really does.
Yeah,
so crazy. And the thing is, it makes you a dangerous stupid, a dangerous kind of moron, because you think you know, because you paid to go and you sat there for 4 years like a retard. And now here you are. They can't get you out of that because you already spent the money, and that's what they taught you. There's no way. Life just works in that simple way, that as soon as they make everyone go on that side, they're going to pull the rug from underneath it and go to the other side. No, it can't be that easy. Let me tell you why, because I studied economics and I studied the theory of...
Literally can be that easy. Just look at Kramer's ETF, inverse ETF.
That's it, man.
It literally can be that easy.
That's it. That's really it. That's really it. And you know what? I said this. You're better at doing everything that everyone else that has gone to school. I was a better filmmaker than all those retards that went to NYU because I learned how to fucking work from nothing, and I had to figure it out on my own, and I figured that you don't need all the stuff that they tell you in school. But to a filmmaker that went to school, oh, that's impossible. Real estate. I went and bought the weirdest fucking buildings in the weirdest locations because I saw development coming that way. All real estate experts. What are you doing? There's nothing around you. Okay. Fucking millions of dollars. Then I transferred to YouTube. I started getting into it and I go, dude, there's more views in here than there is in television. Yeah, you're an idiot. That's a nice little business. Now everyone wants to be a fucking YouTuber. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, without a single ounce of school. So if anyone tells me and recommends me to go get a fucking PhD, I'll get it on your mom. Let's finish this. All right. Thank you. Sorry. That was my rant.
That was a good mic drop. That was a good way to end it. What a great.
Sorry about my rant, boys. Sorry about my rant. Someone needs to know these things.
They do, though. It's true, though. It is true. I see majority of people my age finishing school now, and majority of people aren't even doing like pertaining their job to what they got in their career, in their degree. It's a big waste of time. It's a fugazi. You're better off being self-sufficient. Street smarts takes you way farther than book smarts because in that you can learn book smarts and learn so much more life skills that'll take you a lot farther than just getting good grades and then playing the system. It's kind of crazy.
Absolutely. And the people teaching you the system are the people fooling you on TV. God damn it. It's so simple. God damn it.
God. Yeah, imagine like what would turn me off is I already had business success when I was in high school. So I made my mom happy, went to business administration classes, and I'm learning from a mofo who's never even made $1 on his phone. I'm like, hasn't even had his own business ever. And I'm like, oh yeah, this isn't going to work. No,
this is not good. This is no bueno. Yeah.
I'll get. You're learning to be a professional basketball player from Stephen Hawking.
That's a pretty good example. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to just quickly say this in Spanish. People are asking on the chat what it was. So, perdón, estaba contándole a Alex y a Farhan. Acabo de poner una foto de, ¿cómo se llama? De esto. Denme un segundo a ver si puedo compartir con ustedes. Estoy poniendo una foto de esto. Eso es literalmente una bóveda de Drake, ¿no? El cantante Drake con Cash. Y este güey pone, Drake comparte una foto de su bóveda. ¿Que no se da cuenta que el valor del cash está bajando a una velocidad rápida? ¿Ha escuchado de inflación? ¿Que no invierte? Ok. Drake es billonario, ¿ok? B con B, billonario. Drake tiene casas de 120 millones de dólares. Yo vivía donde él vivía, compró todas unas casitas de 40, 60, etcétera. Armó una casa de casi 200 millones de dólares solamente en Indian Hills y tiene más casas de esas. Drake está invertido en cripto, Drake está invertido en diferentes negocios, en startups, en todo lo que te imagines. Drake tiene todo eso, ¿ok? Entonces, la razón por la que lo pongo es porque están pasando esa foto y todo el mundo, especialmente economistas que fueron a la escuela, que tienen PhDs, están poniendo exactamente lo mismo que el güey que acaba de poner esto. Número uno, güey, la gente, y se los digo, porque yo quien lo vi compartirlo, es un cabrón que ha escrito libros, a un güey que yo respetaba antes. Y me he dado cuenta, mientras más me doy cuenta de todas las estupideces que existen en esta realidad tan simple, que la volvemos tan compleja, me he dado cuenta de muchísimas cosas tan sencillas. Número uno, el dinero está aquí para hacerte caer en todas las trampas más cabronas. El dinero es el instrumento que vas a usar en contra de los idiotas más tontos de esta realidad, ¿ok? Y es justamente lo que está ocurriendo aquí. Les voy a decir por qué. Este tío comparte, güey, Drake bla, bla, bla. Y esta foto está llegando a todos lados, lo que quiere decir, y para que los que no sepan, ayer platiqué con un amigo que no tiene nada que ver con finanzas, no tiene absolutamente nada que ver con el mundo financiero, no tiene nada que ver con inversiones, no sabe ni vergas. Y ayer se sentó conmigo y me dijo, güey, a comprar oro, tienes que comprar oro y tienes que deshacerte de tus dólares, ¿ok? Una persona que literalmente no tiene absolutamente nada que ver con esto, ahora le están metiendo en algún lado que tiene que comprar oro y que tiene que deshacerse de sus dólares. Bien, esto va acompañado de esto, donde todos estos economistas que fueron a la escuela, que se gastaron cientos de miles de dólares para ir a buenas escuelas, que han escrito libros, que les han enseñado a todos, todo, no entienden cosas tan simples. Bitcoin no es mejor que el cash en todas las cosas que nos dicen. Lo único bueno de Bitcoin es que sigue subiendo de precio y seguirá subiendo a través del tiempo hasta que todo el mundo esté en un sistema digital completamente. Eso es lo bueno y no les voy a quitar eso a todos ustedes. Pero el que crean que tener Bitcoin es mejor que tener cash, están perdidos. Ahora, no tienes que tener todo tu dinero en Bitcoin, no tienes que tener todo tu dinero en cash. Pero si existe cualquier tipo de emergencia, ¿no? Vamos a usar emergencias. Cash es lo mejor porque te lo aceptan en todos lados. La segunda, ¿quieres usarlo y que nadie se dé cuenta? No puedes hacer eso con Bitcoin. ¿Por qué? Porque todo está ocupado y está puesto en un ledger. Entonces, todos los movimientos y transacciones que hagas con Bitcoin las pueden seguir todas. ¿Ok? La otra cosa que les cuentan de mentira, Bitcoin es dinero inconfiscable, cuando todos los países tienen Bitcoin confiscado. Por el puto amor de Dios. Y esto es gente que tiene PhDs, que fueron a la escuela, que han escrito libros, que dan lecturas, que se juntan todos en sus podcasts para darse una chaquetota entre todos ellos. Bitcoin es súper descentralizado. Descentralizado. Tienes que comprarlo, hijo de puta, a través de un banco, a través de Coinbase, a través de cualquiera de estas cosas que está registrado y de ahí lo vas a mandar a donde sea, que ya saben a dónde lo mandaste. Y cuando lo quieras vender, adivina qué, vas a necesitar sacarlo a través de una de estas instituciones financieras registradas en el sistema de Estados Unidos. ¿Dónde está la descentralización? En medio del uso y en los servidores regados. Bien, pero no está completamente descentralizado el sistema, funciona tal cual. Es la cosa más rastreable que existe en todos lados. Les vendieron eso, solamente fue el caballo de Troya para que todo el mundo quisiera o quiera entrar en cripto, porque es lo que le cuentan a todos. Le dicen cripto, Estados Unidos es la capital de cripto, no es la capital de Bitcoin, no es la capital de Ethereum, es la capital de las monedas estables, que es para que consumamos nosotros mismos toda nuestra deuda y podamos seguir haciendo las mismas gatadas que seguimos haciendo, en lo que todos ustedes gritan libertad financiera a través de Bitcoin. Es la cosa más estúpida, es dinero que tiene paz y que no sé qué. Es la cosa más pendeja del mundo. Bitcoin solamente sirve para dos cosas. Intercambiar valor dentro del sistema, como cualquier otra cosa, ¿no? Simplemente lo puedes hacer directo de cartera a cartera. Esa es la única diferencia. Y la otra que sigue subiendo a través del tiempo, de precio a través del tiempo. Pero que me vengan a decir que esto es mejor que tener cash para lo que todo el mundo dice, porque la gente que creía en Bitcoin en el 2012, 2013, 2014, toda esa gente y todos los que entramos temprano en 2017, creíamos en un Bitcoin que estaba fuera del poder del gobierno, que no podían controlar y que se iba a volver la moneda del mundo. Y lo único que hizo fue absolutamente nada de eso y traer blockchain a todas nuestras vidas diarias para que puedan rastrear absolutamente todas nuestras transacciones que hagamos con monedas estables. Pero no se preocupen, no les van a dar su CBDC. Pero las monedas estables son otra cosa, es muy diferente. Es lo mismo. Entonces, toda esta gente que tiene PhDs es tan pendeja solamente y creen que están en lo correcto solamente porque el precio de Bitcoin continúa subiendo. Esa es la misma trampa que le ponen a la gente cuando te dan un muy buen trabajo que odias y te tienes que quedar en ese trabajo que odias, que te hace miserable día con día y que te hace odiar tu vida todos los putos días y que hace que no puedas relacionarte con nadie apropiadamente porque nadie entiende la situación en la que estás solamente porque te están pagando bien. Doctores, abogados, bla, bla, bla. Mira cuánto dinero estás haciendo, mira qué chido. Y con eso es suficiente para que no hagas nada de lo que va a nutrir a tu alma, a tu ser, a tu realidad, que es todo. Felicidades, solamente por dinero. Entonces, no vengan con mamadas, por el amor de Dios. Sí, está perfecto tener Bitcoin, es de huevos, está divino invertir en él porque va a continuar subiendo a través del tiempo, pero la idea de todos estos güeyes, la utopía en la que ponen a Bitcoin es mentira, es simple y da pena. El estudio de la economía, una vez más, no es el estudio de las estadísticas que te da la Reserva Federal o que te da Estados Unidos. El estudio de la economía es el estudio de cómo la gente se gasta su dinero. ¿Ok? Cualquier güey que esté entrando a darte economía y que esté hablando solamente de datos, pero no te esté dando casos en la vida real, es un estúpido. y todo lo que aprendieron en la escuela fue a propósito por la gente que te engaña en las noticias, que son los dueños de todo el sistema educacional, y por eso, si fuiste a la escuela y aprendiste de ellos, aprendiste a ser un imbécil cocolavado. Es una triste realidad gigantesca. Y además tienes una deuda de no mames que espero que la puedas pagar. Así que, por el amor de Dios, no caigamos en estas tonterías. Ahí lo tienes, mi Ramón. Ahí lo tienes, lo que me preguntaba. Ya podemos regresar a la tabla de Bitcoin. Ahora sí, esta belleza. ¡Oh, Dios mío! Dios mío, debería yo de escribir un puto libro vacío y a ver quién entiende. Ok, tenemos acá, Bitcoin está en 119,900. El fin de semana tocamos ayer los 122 mil dólares. La gente se está poniendo muy emocionada y estamos todos volteando a ver para ver si vienen altos históricos. ¿Van a venir o no? Vamos a ver qué favorece las probabilidades de acuerdo a los análisis de Alex y de Farhan para todos ustedes. Por ahora pueden ver nuestro gráfico trimestral que sigue siendo en subida. Todo esto con bajos más altos, 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 todo esto y altos más altos en todos lados. Esto es una tabla alcista, tienes tu promedio del 9, 21, 34, del más lento al más, del más lento al más rápido como se debe, de arriba para abajo, y tienes volatilidad expandiendo. Y de nuevo, tenemos esta puntita que se está dando la vuelta, pero todavía no cierra esta vela. Para cerrar esta vela todavía nos falta 1 mes y 20 días. Eso quiere decir que no tienes confirmación en si va a empezar a contraer o si este puntito va a empezar a apuntar para arriba una vez más. Todavía no existe eso. Tienes que esperar a que la vela cierre. Este es nuestro índice de volatilidad. La volatilidad es la línea de colores. El blanco es simplemente el... ¿Cómo se llama? Es el promedio, y esto aquí arriba es 100% de volatilidad, esto aquí abajo es 0% de volatilidad. Esta línea amarilla yo la puse. Normalmente volatilidad es buena cuando viene al punto más bajo. En esta tabla lo logró acá en octubre del 2023, y esto dio el setup de Hamas, que nos ha llevado con Bitcoin esta expansión de literalmente 25 mil dólares hasta los 120 mil dólares. Nada mal. Un 5X en 2 años, nada mal. Y la gente está esperando el bull run. Pero vamos a esperar a ver cuándo cierra esto. Por ahora lo que podemos ver es esa estructura alcista y está por encima de nuestro nivel más importante por ahora, que son los 111,730. Mientras más nos vayamos acercando, estoy viendo, esta es mi tabla del índice de Bitcoin, es la que más información tiene y por eso estoy usando esto para hacer lo más correcto posible y no simplemente depender de un exchange como Coinbase o cualquier otro. En un segundo. A ver, papi. ¿Cómo me caga cuando se colapsa todo esto así? Pero pues no hay nada que le pueda hacer. Los niveles están muy disparados. Esto es el HPDR. Esto es un indicador que usamos nosotros. Nuestra media y lo que estamos buscando es la zona azul. Es donde está el precio, ponte tú, donde tienes la mitad de posibilidades de ir para arriba y la mitad de posibilidades de ir para abajo. Pero entre todo esto te pone qué tantas posibilidades tienes de dar continuación, de seguir y de ir a buscar otras cosas. En la última vela de cuarto, tocamos la media y nos quedamos ahí. Esto nos da más probabilidades y favorecen más a ir a buscar esta media en los 164 mil dólares. La parte baja de la zona azul, que sería, si es que no vamos a la parte alta, la parte baja de la zona azul está en los 80 mil dólares. Y es ahí donde esperaríamos encontrar soporte. Y de no encontrarlo, tenemos nuestro 50% abajito en los 73,500, que es básicamente no el tope del ciclo pasado. El ciclo pasado acabó en los 69,420 o 69 planos, depende en qué exchange los hayas visto. Pero recuerdan cuando salieron los ETFs que nos fuimos de más o menos 47 a 55, luego bajó y luego volvió a subir y encontró tope por ahí de los 74. Es más o menos ese fondo por acá. Esa es una zona de soporte muy, 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 muy importante para los precios de los Bitcoin. Vámonos a la mensual, por supuesto. La mensual se ve muy bien porque entrando en la zona azul, una vez que estás por ahí, estás por encima del promedio del 9 que está en 113,800. Ese es donde empieza la zona azul. El promedio del 9 está muy abajo de nosotros en los 100,000. Nos da más probabilidades de favorecer a ir a buscar esta media que se encuentra en los 159 mil dólares, la mensual. Esta vela todavía le quedan casi 20 días para cerrar, 19 días para cerrar. Así que es lo que tenemos para ir a buscar este punto en la tabla, en los 159 mil. Además, tenemos esta expansión de volatilidad a la alza con divergencias alcistas. En la mensual eso nunca ha fallado para darnos un boom a la alza. Ahora, como nunca ha fallado, y lo mismo que les estaba contando en el casino, ¿no? Al principio del video. Cuando yo voy al casino y que me sale todo perfecto y tengo 7 movidas en verde, instantáneamente me pongo negativo de que tiene que venir una roja. Y pasa. Esto podría darse, es un escenario que tengo que poner enfrente de todos ustedes para que también pueda existir esa realidad en algún lado. Eso es lo primero. Y es simplemente importante tenerlo en mente. No todo, aunque sea muy al 100%, etcétera, y que ha pasado todo el tiempo siempre así, debe de continuar. Solamente tienes que saber eso por cualquier cosa. Pero por ahora las probabilidades favorecen ir a estos 157, que después se convertirían en 164, que es nuestra media trimestral. 2 semanas, tenemos expansión en la de 2 semanas, por ahora es lo que nos está enseñando. Ahora, esta no fue una expansión oficial, esta debería ser expansión oficial, pero esta vela va a cerrar en 6 días y 9 horas. Si esta expansión es oficial, y eso quiere decir que estamos subiendo por arriba del 15%, que es la línea amarilla, y estás viendo que esta vela es verde, nuestro siguiente objetivo son los $127,000. Y de los 127,000, si podemos vencerlos, deberíamos ir a la parte alta de la zona azul, una vez más en los 162, que está perfectamente confluyendo con nuestra media en la mensual y también en la trimestral. Y eso pone atención por acá. Eso Perdón. Sería un movimiento muy Bitcoin. Pero si te la fuera a dar a la baja, muy probablemente la zona de los $70,000 se abriría para esto, porque estos setups de 2 semanas son movimientos de 60%. Entonces, si esto se llega a dar aquí y nos da un 60%, nos llevaría a casi los $200,000. Y para abajo, a los $46,000, para que lo tengan presente. Por eso es muy importante mantener un ojo en esta tabla. 2 semanas, 8 de la mañana, Trump, Putin, Putin, Trump, 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 Putin. ¿Cómo va toda la gente invirtiendo en todas las historias de Trump y Putin, no? Qué mamada. En fin, aquí estamos en la de 2 semanas. Vamos a la mensual, a la semanal, por supuesto. Estamos por encima de la media. La vela enchufadita perfectamente, agarrando nuestro soporte deliciosamente. Esto parece ser un SFP a la baja. Eso es bueno y ¿saben lo que significa? Eso debería de ponernos en posición para ir a buscar la parte alta de la zona azul, estando por encima del promedio del 9 y encima de la media. Y eso está, ¿dónde? En los $138,000. Entonces, primero tendríamos que ver esos $138,000. Después deberíamos de romper, bueno, primero los 127, romper 127 a 138, 138 a 146, 146 a 159, 159 a 164, 164 a básicamente $198,000. Para que vean, qué capacidad de aprender las cosas. Digo, he hablado de esto tantas veces. También tenemos en la semanal atentos un setup de volatilidad preparándose, calentándose. Estamos por debajo de nuestro 15% y estamos a punto de cruzar por encima de la media. Para esta vela todavía falta de nuevo toda la semana, 6 horas, 9 días, que va a cerrar al igual que la de 2 semanas. Esta semana la de 2 semanas cierra, lo que nos pone esta semana hay que poner atención, muchísima atención a lo que estamos viendo en este momento en los precios de los Bitcoin. Vamos a la de 5 días. La de 5 días es una de nuestras favoritas porque esto nos da nuestros setups favoritos. La cosa es, tuvimos expansión, contracción y ahora estamos teniendo expansión una vez más. Esto va a cerrar en 2 días y 9 horas. Esto es un poco más de lo mismo. Esta expansión en una tabla de 5 días te da más probabilidades de que tengas un movimiento de 35% a la alza o a la baja. Si esta expansión se da a la alza en un 35%, un segundo, denme otro segundo, nos llevaría más o menos a la zona de los $164,000 y a la baja nos llevaría a los $77,000. Es un 35% de los dos lados, para que lo tengan presente. Y acá vas a estar viendo esto. Faltan 6 días y 9 horas, me parece. No, 2 días y 9 horas. Esto va a ser el principio de lo que probablemente veas en la semanal con esa expansión en la de 2 semanas después. ¿Ok? Vamos a la de 2 días. Y es donde ya empieza a pintar más fácil la cosa. Perfecto. Gracias, HPDR. Voy a chingar a mi madre. ¿Cómo es que no? La de 2 días también tienes volatilidad nula con varios periodos. Esto es bastante explosivo. Y lo único que queremos es que esta volatilidad empiece a cruzar por encima del 15%. Vamos a estar pendientes a la de 2 días, porque la de 2 días nos debería de llevar a la de 5 días. Vamos a ver cuándo cierra esta de 2 días. En 1 día y 9 horas. Entonces, esta está cerrando un día antes que la de 5 días para empezar a checar por acá. Tengan eso pendiente. Ahora, con eso dicho, viendo acá exactamente lo que está pasando con la media y con lo que está pasando con nuestros niveles, pueden ver el rango. Estamos jugando en este rango de los que son 120,000 hasta acá abajo a los 111,000. Pero el rango favorito del precio en este momento es entre 117 y 120. Este sería el primer cierre en toda la historia. Todavía falta 1 día y 9 horas para poder cerrar. ¿Qué es lo que queremos hacer? Poder cerrar por encima de 120,000 y sé que aquí dice 400, pero voy a poner 120,800. 120,800 es como la llave para poder romper, porque te pone encima 900 en realidad. 121 vamos a ponerle, porque te pone por encima de estas velas. Una vez que estás cerrando por encima de un lugar que había sido tomado como donde la liquidez fue tomada, ahí es donde empiezas a ponerte más alcista a ver ese movimiento acompañar. Ahora vean, y pueden notar el flashazo aquí arriba y el flashazo aquí arriba. Esto podría tranquilamente darse la vuelta y volver a cerrar por los 119,700, por debajo de los 120, y eso querría decir que estamos en el mismo rango, y aquí abriría shorts para acompañar. Ahora, no te tienes que ir hasta 110, 111, a 117. Sabes perfectamente cuánto va a bajar y sabes cuánto apalancamiento vas a usar para este movimiento para que te dé lo que estás buscando. Y con el cierre por encima en 1 día, 9 horas de los $121,000, sabes perfectamente que muy probablemente vas a ir a los 128, $127,000. Diaria. Comienza la expansión en la diaria, pero atentos. Esto tiene que cerrar el día de hoy con esta expansión, ¿ok? Si cierra el día de hoy con esta expansión, tal cual lo estamos viendo, y esto continúa siendo una vela verde, esto va a ser muy alcista y eso nos debería llevar mínimo a los 126,000, que ese es el 61.8%, 126,700. La otra probabilidad es que esto contraiga y que todos los setups de volatilidad continúen empujando para después. Entonces, de la diaria a la de 2 días, a la de 5 días, a la semanal, a la de 2 semanas, puedes ver todos esos, toda esa volatilidad expandiendo. Tienes todo en todas las temporalidades, momentum apuntando para arriba, se ve muy alcista menos en la semanal, que es bastante chistoso. Y fuera de eso, Dios, se las voy a sensificar un poco. Muy sencillo, muy sencillo. Los voy a llevar a la diaria para que no se vea tan sencilla la gráfica, ¿no? Para que sea algo compleja, para que crean que estoy haciendo algo. Me borro esto. Siempre les digo que estos canalitos son alcistas, tíos. Entonces, para empezar, tienes este canal de bajada, estás tomando el canal y de aquí rompes a la alza. Esto para mí en principio da continuación alcista. Ahora, este es un alto más bajo que este y es lo que tenemos que estar al pendiente de en esta vela diaria. Para mí, voy a empezar a checar este nivel. Voy a ponerle 119, 120. Si cierro esta vela por arriba de los 120, va a ser la segunda vez. Es esta, pero no hubo continuación. Y esperaría a que tenga otra. Estas son velas diarias. 3 velas por encima de los 120 te van a propulsar esos 127, 127 a los 135, 135 a 146, 146 a 154, 154 a 164, 164 a casi 200, por ahí de los 193 y etcétera. Para abajo sería sencillamente perder 114, 200 a la baja y eso se va a ir al pito y probablemente vayas a romper los 111 para abajo y de ahí vas a ver si los 109, 110 aguantan. De no aguantar, ese número ha subido, por lo que vamos a ver Bitcoin por debajo de los $100,000. Por ahora, tenemos que esperar a ver cómo cierra esto para poder darnos esos trades deliciosos. Ahora, en temporalidades más bajas, como la de 4 horas, puedes seguir esto y hacerle un front run si tienes los huevos. Tienes 1, 2, 3, cierres ya por encima de los 120. Esta va a ser decisiva. Y faltan 36 minutos y 3 segundos para cerrar esto. Si cierras por encima, vas a tener más probabilidad de que aquí abajo, lo más cerca de esta línea meme amarilla, sea la oportunidad de long perfecto junto con tu promedio del 9, que aquí ya parece que te lo dio en los 119,600. y de ahí debería de ir a buscar nuevos máximos. Si rompe y cierra esto por debajo de los 119, ¿qué es? 119,900, si cierras por debajo de esto, esta vela, porque aparte, aquí tienes que poner atención qué te está diciendo la vela. Esta es una vela topera del libro. Instantáneamente después tienes un doji, pero este doji te dio continuación de esta vela topera. Eso quiere decir que hay un movimiento a la baja dándose, lo estás viendo. Se dio el movimiento y este es bajo, alto, bajo, alto, y este simplemente fue un bajo más alto, o vas a romper aquí abajo, vas a retestear aquí y vas a caer. Por ahora tiene más probabilidades de continuar a la alza, pero vas a estar viendo esta tabla de 4 horas para ver si te puedes quedar por encima de esos 119,900. Más abajo de eso es completamente irresponsable. 8 horas, también te gustaría verlo cerrar por encima de esto y faltan solamente 34 minutos y 46 segundos para verlo. Y 12 horas, faltan todavía 8 horas para cerrar esta vela por acá, pero interesante los patrones de vela. Y ahí lo tienen, Bitcoin está bastante sencillito, tíos. Y ahora vamos a la dominancia de Bitcoin en putiza porque todo el mundo está muy excitado. Una vez más, se los digo de corazón, hasta que esto no caiga de este canal, no te puedes poner contento de tu alt season. Y ahora, yo no quiero medir la dominancia de Bitcoin, no lo quiero hacer. Esto es una tabla mensual para establecer los movimientos de Bitcoin o de los altcoins. Para mí, los fundamentos del mercado están completamente cambiados. Completamente. Ethereum es una cosa muy diferente a todo lo demás. Se los he dicho 1000 veces porque es literalmente la base del nuevo sistema tokenizado financiero que tenemos en Estados Unidos y en todo el mundo. Y me gustaría obviamente ver qué otras monedas lo van a hacer, pero por ahora Ethereum puede simplemente ser el factor grande en esto. Ethereum está reventando a la alza, ha llegado a 4,300 el día de hoy, me parece, y eso es una advertencia. Por ahora, eres bajista en la dominancia de Bitcoin, quieres ver cierres por debajo de 59.87. Si quieres ver esto bajar y que todos tus sueños se vuelvan realidad con tus NFTs y todas esas cosas, quieres ver esto caer de los 59.71. ¿Va a suceder igual que antes? No tengo ni puta idea, ¿ok? Estoy preparado, he comprado mis NFTs cuando estaban muy baratos y todas mis pendejadas. Bien, ahí los tengo todos guardados. Me da igual. Ahora, esto no sube, voy a quedar contento, me da igual. Esto sube, voy a quedar más contento, me da igual. No estoy comprando eso porque me voy a hacer rico. Dejemos esa trampa para los demás, para los nuevos, ¿ok? Entonces, si esto baja, ahí puedes empezar a checar tus alts y todo lo demás y ver cómo se va a desarrollar ese mercado. Personalmente, yo no estoy jugando eso más allá de las cosas que acumulé cuando todo estaba en el olvido y no he agregado más esas posiciones. Esas posiciones, si en verdad tenemos un alt season, me deberían de hacer demasiado dinero. De nuevo, no estoy esperando que sea, y también la cantidad de dinero invertida es relativamente muy pequeña porque no estoy poniendo todos mis ahorros en estas pendejadas, ahora que todo esto ha cambiado. ¿Qué otra cosa? Dominancia de Tether, también muy importante. Vamos a ver cómo se encuentra en la semanal. Esta es la que me gusta para enseñarles. Y podemos ver que continuamos ante esta resistencia que se está encontrando Tether aquí arriba y continuamos la caída. Tuvimos estos altos más bajos y parece que vamos a ir a buscar un bajo más bajo. Lo único que queremos hacer es poder cerrar por debajo, tocar abajo de 4.08% y eso nos debería llevar al 3.78 y eso debería de ser tal cual lo estamos poniendo acá. Esto debería llevarnos acá, esto debería ser nuestro blow off top en Bitcoin y una vez que lleguemos acá podemos explotar en esto y el mercado entraría en ese ciclo de 4 años que todo el mundo dice que ya no aplica. Y de nuevo, no estoy aquí para adivinar si sigue o no, me da igual, simplemente eso sería ese escenario. Así que Bitcoin bastante sencillo, a fin de cuentas continúa siendo alcista en las altas temporalidades, cortas temporalidades, simplemente quieres verlo cerrar por encima de $120,000. $120,000, 3 cierres diarios es lo que te va a llevar más para arriba. Empieza a ver tu tabla en la diaria, tu cero volatilidad, en la de 2 días, en la de 5 días, que se va a traspasar a la semanal, 2 semanas, y de ahí pues la fiesta debería de continuar, o a la baja. Así que atentos con esto, damas y caballeros, ahí lo tienen, esos son los Bitcoin. Vamos a, what do you got, Alex?
IXHL.
Oh, the famous one.
That's fun stock.
IXHL.
What a fun thing. I'm just looking at it. It's the chart that just can't get it up, but it can get it down, and it goes down only. I for some reason had it like a Picasso drawing here, taking us to that $1.80 zone. That was a big zone. I mean, when we broke down from that region, you were just steadily seeing on the 2-week, weekly, this region hold. Now, it was bearish consolidation, and we know that through here, where we're just consolidating under that weekly 9, putting in, lower highs minus this one. This chart is firstly predatory, and it's no surprise if you have been watching this chart. Something I've noticed is these awful liquidity grabs that this chart likes to give you, almost acting like a trend shift, but nothing ever populates from those. And then you actually generally do see downside after that. Why that's important is because, well, what has occurred the last 2 weeks, to a month? You had a nice move. You reclaimed back above this 2-week EMA 9. This was great. We saw this steadily hold under it since October of 2024. So this was a nice shift, but you needed to see this actually hold. You see into the next 2-week candle, you moved up and you got a nice busting action move. You went up over 170%, pretty insane. And so, looking at this, bulls absolutely needed to see, well, firstly, 83 cents hold. That would pop us back within this range. And actually solidify maybe a shift of structure here. We need to see that 2-week EMA 21 hold. We got above it, and we've seen, price get above it before. But it can't ever hold or sustain a close. And so what you saw was a nasty wick high rejection leading to a sell-off. And so, yeah, you could come here and say, well, this is a trend shift, higher low, maybe we're going to go up. But as you've seen with this chart before, you've gotten these major moves up that just don't really lead to anything. And it's all just where the closing bases are. Like, for example, here, where you reclaimed back above the 2-week EMA 9, made a very nice move up to the range highs. But then what you noticed was, again, wick high rejection leading to no closure of anything. You couldn't get back above the 21 and or the 34. And you couldn't even hold above the mean line, leading to a rejection going down. Now, you had a slight price divergence here. This was the hopium. Maybe it's the higher low. This was the trend shift. But again, nothing populated from this move. This quickly flipped into a lower high before taking out this low, as we saw with this dump in August of 2024. And so the point I'm trying to bring home is, this chart can easily trend shift, and you can use trend on a wick basis, and you can have these massive moves up, these wicks that are over 100% in gains. But if you're not getting any of the closings that you want, it actually doesn't mean anything. And so why is that important? Well, because, last 2-week close, you've lost the 2-week 9. Again, nothing really solidified or changed with this move up. This just kind of took out liquidity. And it's just something we've seen each and every time we've done this in this downtrend. So, why I'm bringing that up is because, there is slight price divergence hopium. That's literally the only hopium I can bring for bulls here, is that they're trying to solidify a bottom. But you're now back in the gray zone of the chart. There's nothing to really chart here. No point to draw meme lines. And that's why really the perspective lies here. You're watching to see if this EMA 21 on the 2-week can move more down and actually reach closer to the 83 cent region. 83 cents was solid resistance. When we broke down from here, you just saw each move up not close above the meme lines, leading to another move down. So what I'd like to see, if you're a bull, is for a move up and then consolidation specifically above the meme line, the EMA 21, and holding above the 2-week EMA 9. This then could give you the argument that there is a valid shift and maybe even a bottom forming here. But until then, this is just not looking bullish. And even more so, this 2-week candle, bears are looking for this to actually reject. You have a massive shooting star. So this is telling you locally this has topped. and bears are needing to see follow through on this 2-week candle, which could come in the next 4 days. You had the rally up, you've retested that 2-week EMA 9. Now this really could start dumping. You're even getting here volatility, trying to contract. But this is important because you had an extreme read on this move up, and now the opposite's occurring where this is starting to contract, fall under the moving average, and this is when you actually started to sell off. So this has more implications of, an actual breakdown from here than a move up. But we do have an area of interest, and that's why I want to watch that 83-cent level. And really, to make it easier for bulls, it would be nice to just kind of hold above here, not break down this next 2 week, make an argument to consolidate, have that 2-week EMA 21 actually move up. And then that way, if you do get another shot at hitting resistance, you could maybe even reclaim back above it. That'll then open up, obviously, a move into this region, whereas resistance at $1.65, shown here on this rejection, and the extremity highs here at $1.95, right by $2, psychological number. But until that actually occurs, this is just looking more like it's on the verge of breaking down. And what we saw into the last 3 weeks was just essentially a liquidity grab leading to nothing. Because if this was truly going to lead to something, you would have then clearly have saw bulls defend this region. You had that EMA 34 line up right around that 84-cent region. You got the reclaim, needed to hold the throwback, and it did not.
I mean, even the 9, dude.
Yeah, I couldn't even hold the 9. Yeah, literally. And that's, just showing why this is more in bear territory. Yeah, you're not taking out this low, but that's just not, that didn't really hold up for bulls here when they were making that argument. Oh, well, you have a price divergence, you moved up, you formed lower highs, you broke down. So it's like, yeah, maybe this will bait more longs. That's all it really seems like if you do move up to here. And then this will just form the lower highs, and then you'll break down. Because right now, as it stands, there is more of a greater chance of this breaking down than going up. So just to kind of put it in perspective, and this move didn't mean anything to like the chart. It didn't do anything for bulls. It actually probably just hurt bulls more by trapping a lot of them on a fake breakout and a fake reclaim. So in nature, this is a predatory move for bulls. And so bulls are praying to bull Jesus for a move up to get out. Any move up is going to get sold down now. Because, you don't want to be holding the bag when you were up nice money and then it just dumped 77% in 42 days. That's terrible. There's money trapped here, and that means any move up is going to fizzle out. And that's why you're even seeing that on the weekly. Any move up is just getting sold off. People don't want to hold this. So I know I don't think using the dailies wise. I'm rather going to use the 2-day. A little more data with that. This chart's very volatile. And so again, 2 days even telling you it's giving you a sell trigger. You're under all major moving averages. And what could you gather from this 2-day? Well, the 2 days telling me that if you do, let's say, start reclaiming back above the 2-day 9, it's not like this is so back we've bottomed. No, it's just going to open up a move up to that 83 cents. And you have an extremity high here now using that 2-day EMA 100. The extremity highs has been formed on that 2-day EMA 100. Granted, you've wicked above it here, but still, this still is kind of where price caught chop and resistance. Same with here. Keep going. That's it. So, very bearish perspective. And if you do end up rallying back up, this is still going to keep you in check because this very well can just keep moving down and then just solidify 83 cents being major resistance. Yesterday you had a gap fill. That's all this was. Gap fill. Done. So, this is technically now just brewing a breakdown. That's why we're going to use the 2-day EMA 9. That then can give you at least a bias on, well, you're above this. This is bullish consolidation then. This is bearish consolidation. And then this might give you another shot at resistance. Maybe. I mean, that's a pretty big bounce. When I did the from here, I mean, this is like a 83% move up. I know it doesn't seem like that, but it is. It's pretty dramatic. And even from here to the 9 is a 20% move up. So that just shows you how sold down and weak this chart is. Very ugly. And well, I really don't see why you'd want to buy something like this.
We'll never understand, but people love these fucking weird charts.
Yeah, like there's just better. Like you could just have your money sit in Palantir, Nvidia, Bitcoin, like, and it would have done better. You could just sell and then start buying this, but there's no argument to invest in this.
Everyone's got to be the hero.
Yeah, and it's also really hard. I don't fully understand why people would invest in something that they don't know if it's going to go to zero or not. Does that make sense? Like to me, I'll throw myself in front of the bus and trying to be the fucking hero if I believe the business won't go to zero, because then eventually I'll recover. But on this,
you just don't know.
What the fuck is this?
You just truly don't know. And at this point, it is brewing penny stock range, and you're down 99.89%. So it's like almost gone down 100%. So,
and then watch it go down another 99%.
Oh yeah.
Like you could take half a haircut here and just be back right around this, wick low.
That's a 69% drawdown.
Let's see here. Yeah, just ugly. So, this isn't good. This is ugly. This is like, it just takes your money and it baits you. And there's a lot of nicer things. People buy this hoping for this. And this isn't going to happen if, while the daily is looking bearish and the weekly and even the 12-hour, you can't look at a chart and say, well, it's been sold down. You're eventually going to pop. You're going to pop.
What Crown says whenever he looks at charts like these, he says is the biggest thing he learned from his mentor is that the strong get stronger and the weak get weaker.
Get weaker.
It tends to go that way.
Truly, truly, though. Unless you get like a GME, Dogecoin kind of like thing, this is what people want. And there's just no money. Like you need money for this. Money needs to come in. And well, people have shown you they're not putting their money in this at all. The only people making money on this chart are bears. So just understand that this is weak. This pump didn't do anything in July, and more so probably did more damage for bulls because you just solidified a bearish retest on the monthly. And so now when you go to like a higher time frame, like a quarterly, it's like, yeah, this is looking really heavy now because you had the hopium of, well, maybe you can make a move up to here. And then maybe you'll pop back above $2. I know we talked about this, but it just did exactly what you didn't want, which was moved up bigly, bearish retest in, massive rejection, and now going to the 2-week, you're just back to where you were. But all of this has occurred. Terrible, absolutely terrible. So, understand that, once the bearish retests are in, you're pretty much in bear territory. And there's not really much telling me that this isn't going to dump all the way down to like 16 cents from here. Literally, like you just have to like look here. You have to just visually see this is the next target. And you just have to look at these lows. Are we going to take these lows or not? You can then take this green dildo low. Say, well, if you take out this low, we're in a valid breakdown, and you're probably going to start testing these lows. That's like at 8 or 9. That's like 10 cents. This is at 45 cents. So yeah, that's very bad. Very, very bad. And the only way this turns bullish is what? Well, if bulls somehow pull through, pump this up, reclaim back above $1.65 and then hold above the 21. That's literally the only way. If this can just do this, uptrend, higher low, hold above the 21, break the 34, and then move up. So that this is it. This is the only hopium. So that means that if you're buying this, you're hoping for this to occur. A 3x from here. Literally. And then it holds the throwback, higher low, and it pushes up. I'd much rather just take the it's going to break down bet than this. This seems very hard. So yeah, that's all I have on the chart. I tried to kind of share my thoughts with it, but yeah, very ugly. And even so, if you got a little move up, you're just kind of putting in those bearish retests that this candle gave you. So not really good. Not really good. 83 cents is the extremity for me. And I'd actually like to see the daily EMA 100 move closer to that zone. The 2-day EMA 100, my apologies, right here. I'm using the 2-day over the daily. I think the 2-day will just give you a lot less chop than what the daily will offer you. So what would be nice is if you just see this.
Those hedge funds want you to think that 3x is impossible.
Yeah. Well, you're right, though. Who knows? Never say never. Who knows?
Oh my God. All righty. That's awesome. Thank you. I mean, it's a terrible chart, but thank you for the explanation. Absolutely dead on. 1 second. Tesla, señor,
Cool.
for you, por favor. Ok. Estamos viendo IXHL. Ahora, una vez más, este es uno de esos gráficos de estos. Un segundo, denle 30 minutos a TradingView para que se pueda organizar. Así es. Esta es una acción que ha caído 99.99% desde su tope en los 360 hasta los 45 centavos. Esto, por el amor de Dios, esto no tiene ningún sentido, ningún fundamento, no trabaja nada como funciona una tabla, etcétera. Ok, normal. Y también, qué raro para la gente que se mete a comprar estas cosas. Yo no lo comprendo personalmente y les voy a decir simplemente mi punto de vista. Tengo que decirles esto porque me sale del corazón. La razón por la que yo no compraría esto es porque las cosas que yo compro y que me estoy metiendo de vergón a comprar el fondo es porque sé que van a subir. Entonces, el peor escenario en mi vida es, si me equivoco, solamente tengo que esperar más. Pero en este tipo de cosas, si estás buscando un trade, esta es de las cosas más difíciles de poder adivinar o leer, porque hay demasiado ruido en el gráfico. Los voy a llevar al gráfico semanal. Voy a ajustar esto. Déjenme rápidamente, hago esto. Perdón. No es esa. Esta madre es diferente a mi computadora. Ok. Ha estado cayendo. No, acaba de ser un nuevo mínimo histórico acá. Y la cosa es, la que tiene a todo el mundo ahorita calientito, es esto. Ya llegamos al fondo, esto está haciendo esto, ¿no? Básicamente bajos más altos, altos más altos que estos. Pero la cosa es, si volteamos a ver este gráfico así en la semanal, pueden ver que subimos, ¡pum! Estamos debajo del promedio del 9. Subimos al 21. Subimos en putiza que dice al 55, rompiendo el 34, e instantáneamente caemos y estamos aquí abajo. Ahora, la cosa es, está aguantando hasta ahora el promedio del 9 en la semanal. Tú llegas a perder los $2, los 41 centavos, y esto muy probablemente vaya a crear un nuevo mínimo. ¿Qué es lo que estás buscando si eres alcista en esta cosa? Aparte de un milagro. Ahí les va. Diaria. La diaria, personalmente, me dice que esto ya valió, porque estás por debajo de todos los promedios, viniste, te tomó liquidez acá y ahora estás cayendo y estás por debajo del 9 y puedes ver cómo el 9 está cayendo abruptamente. Esto, lo que tienes que aguantar acá es este nivel, en los 35 centavos. Si pierdes los 36, digamos 36 centavos, si pierdes los 36 centavos, esto va a continuar para abajo. Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que tienes que hacer para que esto sea alcista y creer que va a subir? Y este es el problema. Ve el rango. El rango es gigantesco y para los que no comprendan esto, estos son 250% solamente en un movimiento tan chiquito de esto. Es un movimiento gigantesco, pero al mismo tiempo, esto te puede limpiar, ir a visitar los mínimos tal cuales lo tenemos. Perdón, no sé qué hice ahí. De donde está el precio ahorita a los mínimos tal cual, puedes perder 85% de tu dinero. Solamente a retestear los mínimos. Olvídate de hacer un nuevo mínimo que lo vas a hacer. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que quieres buscar? ¿Quieres empezar a ver cierres por encima del 1.20? Es igualito a lo que habíamos dicho antes. Si estás por encima del 1.20, bien, todo esto va a cerrar arriba. Lo tuviste aquí arriba, instantáneamente lo perdiste, instantáneamente te rechazó, lo perdiste, te rechazó y ahora vas para abajo. En el 1.20 es el primer punto a retomar. No retomas el 1.20 de vuelta, esto no te da más probabilidades de un rebote, es literalmente completamente random. completamente random. Por más que la gente le quiera meter acá salseo. Güey, esta es una vela de indecisión alcista. No hay una sola vela topera. La vela topera aparece aquí abajo y luego tienes un cierre aquí arriba y luego otro acá, y la confirmación te la dio hasta esta vela. Y de ahí gapeaste hasta abajo, veniste a hacer este mínimo, que es un mínimo más alto que estos, pero está haciendo lo que parece ser un alto más bajo acá en los 57 centavos. Entonces, tu primer nivel, 57 centavos a romper. Segundo nivel, 1.12, no, 1.20. Después del 1.20, 1.60. Y de ahí ya puedes empezar a decir que vas a los 2.13. Pero tal cual puedes comprar ahorita esto, ser el héroe del planeta. Y esto puede bajar un 85% y quitarte 85% de tu dinero en ese bajón. Solamente a retestear bajos, los mínimos ya establecidos. Olvídate de hacer nuevos mínimos. Ahí lo tienen. Más fácil ni el agua, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ver ese SP500. Show me the money on that ES1, señor. Tell me what's going on.
S&P 500.
The S&P 500. The boomers love it. I say they want me to tell everybody, go and invest in the S&P 500. What a great place to invest. It's a great place. Everybody loves it. People love me. They want to be in it. They want to invest all of their money because it keeps going up, this motherfucking thing.
It only goes up. It only goes up. You know, people always say S&P stands for Standard and Poor. No, stands for small penis. Small penis. Small penis. Anyone who shorts the S&P,
What?
they've got a small penis. You short the S&P, I don't make the rules. You short the S&P, you got a small penis.
All right. That's pretty good. Let's not short it.
So
We don't need to declare anything publicly up in this bitch.
yeah, I think everyone already knows. Okay, so
Piece of shit.
I was talking about myself, but
I'm like, what the fuck? All right, I'll take it. Listen, when you're doing comedy, you got to go with yes and so that you can move it forward. So I'll always take it.
Yeah, I was talking about myself, but I'll take that. On the monthly, we got momentum flipping very strongly to the upside, and we're taking out all of these previous lows while putting in a higher low, giving you a hidden bullish divergence on the HPDR momentum. And it's actually a pretty significant drive of hidden bullish divergence because this higher low is, let's see how much higher. It's like 32% higher. Well, momentum went all the way into the bearish control zone, which on this low, it didn't even get really close to the bearish control zone. The only time we really made it into the bearish control zone was on the 2022 bear market bottom. So it's very interesting to see off of that tariff bullshit with price that the momentum made its way into the bearish control zone, which we haven't been in since the actual bear market. And it's pretty hard to say this is a bear market when we're just bouncing off of the 21 EMA and going to new all-time highs. Right now, the jewel has lost the sell signal on the monthly and started to shift over into a neutral signal. We came very close to getting that bearish cross where the pink was going to cross below the yellow, like literally so close to it, a ball sack hair away from confirming that cross. But as of right now, it looks like that is going to diverge and unconfirm, and that these pink and yellow are going to separate once again. If that would have crossed, that would have been very bad. That would have been akin to one of these moments here in April of 2022, and you guys remember what happened there. Price action went literally straight down, just down only, almost no bounces at all. Came down to the 21, smashed to the 21, and find your bottom at the 55 EMA. Let's mark with a vertical line what happens whenever we get this loss of the sell signal on the monthly. And let's do it from a sell, not the buy. So that would be over here. This is not going to be as powerful, so let's not. I mean, this is going to be more powerful, so let's not use it because this is right within the bearish control zone. Not going to be able to get those type of results here. This is more comparable. This one as well. This one too. And let's get one more. There we go. Come on. Looking at the S&P always amazes me how easy this thing is to trade. Up 5%, down to 1%, 14%, 20%, literally that easy. And even whenever it does pull back, it just pulls back to the 5 or 9. Basically, just bid the monthly 9 on the S&P, and you could easily make money. 4%, very close to that 5% number. %, very in line. By the way, if you want to trade the S&P, they have it on BTCC for highly leveraged. More leverage than your traditional market exchanges will let you use. 10%, 0.9%, 47%. Wow, that's big. About 3.5%. Stick to that 4% number. 4 to 5% number brings us roughly around to that top 38.2%, right around 6,600. Now let's take it about 10%. Brings us to around that 61.8%, right around 6,900. I'm curious what 7,000 would be. Right around that middle end number, around 15-ish%. And just for funsies, let's take it 40%. Brings us exactly to that top 100% around 8,700. Disclaimer, I'm not saying we're going to 8,700. That's why I said for funsies. We are right along that monthly resistance right now, which is the median. Sits at about 6,450. This is going to be the area, if we are going to be bearish, this is going to reject us. As of right now, it doesn't look like that's going to happen, and it kind of looks like we might get another close over the median like we did on the last month. And the same rules are applying right now, which I brought up on the quarterly on Bitcoin, where ever so slightly we did get a close over that median. So at the very least, probabilities are that you'll get a retest of that median. That's at 40, 64, 40, 56. Have we tested it yet? We haven't quite tested it just yet, but like $40 away from price action right now. Momentum is strongly pointed to the upside, but on the opposite hand, you do have possible bearish divergences present, because you see price action is continuing to make higher highs while our momentum is making lower highs. But this divergence is just going to be a possibility as long as you're closing above about, let's see what number. If you want to be very, very conservative, you would use about 62.27, because if you lose this area, then you're very likely going to be testing 9 again. But if you want an actual like textbook number, that would be this one right here at about 55.96 to actually confirm the bearish divergence. 2 week getting very extreme to the upside, getting around 89-90% on both volatility and momentum. This is usually where it likes to top out. You're tapping somewhere around the 88.3% on the HPDR. More likely than not, some type of consolidation pullback somewhere around here to somewhere around like 6,500. Same area as that median. Makes a lot of sense to get a little bit of consolidation or pullback around this zone. The invalidation is going to be getting basically a daily close over about 6,500 for the pullback, and that'll probably take you straight up to somewhere around 67. But as of right now, as long as you are below that 6,500 area, likely you do consolidate at least around here, because these HPDR ranges are very high. Weekly is now shifting to the downside of momentum. Volatility is contracting, which is some bullish opium. And we do have some bearish divergences present on the weekly also, because we're making lower highs and higher highs on price. That divergence is just going to be a possibility though, as long as you're closing over about 62.39. Actually, you can use this one. This one will be about 62.51. Not really much of a difference. Right now, you are getting a little bit of a move to the downside, and I would expect to reconnect somewhere around this 5 EMA or median, right around like 63s, mid 63s. Although that is likely to be support, and very likely you do get a move up from there at a minimum to retest somewhere around the 64 area, but more likely somewhere around this mid 64s, high 64s, on like 64.70. Start to get a daily, weekly close over this 38.2%. That's what's likely going to give you your next busting action to around like 67. Right now on the jewel, you are getting a sell signal with the shifting into dark blue, but we do have in the background the pink crossing over the yellow, which is a more bullish signal than this starting to shift down just a little bit. This giving us a sell signal will just be a reconnect with our median and our 5 EMA. Maybe the 9. 9 is a little bit lower, around like 62.80. 5-day, similar look as the weekly, although the 5-day has not given you the sell signal yet, and the 5-day is steadily holding that 38.2% and kind of springing off of it. Assuming we get a close over about 64.26, that would be good enough for me to see a move into about 6,700. And that would be on a 5-day close. 2-day now starting to shift back up on momentum. Volatility is now sitting at extreme lows. See if there's any divergences present. There is indeed many. There's hidden bullish divergence by taking out this low, and this low, giving you 3 possible drives of hidden bullish divergence, and that will be confirmed with any close over about 64.26. And that confirmation would give you a move just also to around that 6,700 area. See on the jewel, it's very close to giving you a bearish cross with the pink crossing below the yellow, but it hasn't happened yet, and it's very unwise to front run the cross until it's actually happened, because we've seen before where they were basically kissing and touching each other and then didn't really cross and then diverged. Daily is also positioned to the upside now, getting right at that reset zone with volatility at now 0%. Is there any divergences present on the daily? No. And daily is now losing the sell signal on the jewel, very close to switching over into neutral, into a buy. And as long as you're holding over this median, it is eventually going to switch into a buy. And and also as long as you're holding over the median, probabilities will be that you're going to come to retest this 38.2% at around that 6,500 area. Closing over there on the daily at about 67 gives you that move into somewhere around mid 65s, not quite 6,700. That'd be at about like 65.73. 4-hour now also starting to shift down on momentum. Volatility is contracting. That's hopium. You do have a silver cross to the upside on the 4-hour right now, which you are still holding over that 9 EMA. You got to move down to the median. As long as you're holding over that 9, preferably I'd like to see it close over the 5. That would give us a move into, at the very least, retesting the 6,400 area. At that point, I do think we're going to break out, especially if you get a tick above about 64.29, 64.30. Probably going to go into the mid 65s at that point. There is a neutral signal on the jewel right now. It hasn't switched into sell just yet. If we close below the median, it very likely will switch into a sell. And at that point, I'm going to be looking for a retest of this 55 EMA right around that 63.80s area, but likely a little bit lower to tap this 100 at around that lower 63s. Let's check the RSI. Beautiful RSI on the small penis 500. 3 inches, take it or leave it. We have invalidated the bearish divergence, and now that's really hidden bullish divergence. That came very close, but didn't quite do it. It would have had to take out this low here. Didn't quite do that. But the bearish divergence, however, has been invalidated, giving you a move into the critical zone, which right now critical zone going to update in about 1 month and 20 days. It currently sits at about 8,600. Wow, that's the same number as the 100% on the HPDR. That's interesting to see. Once again, asterisk. I'm not saying we're going to 8,000. It's just an interesting number. Monthly, nothing. 2-week currently has many drives, hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over about 62.39. Next move is into the bullish control zone, which currently sits at about 65.79. And the next one is the critical zone, which also is in that 8,000 area. Nothing on that one. Two-day is now putting in a drive of hidden bullish divergence with 0% volatility. This will confirm with any close over about 63.77, and that gives you a move into the simple moving average, which right now is at about 67.10. And 6,700, very nice confluence with my 6,700 area. Next level is the critical zone from 0% volatility, and that level sits at about 69.43, very close to that next 7,000 target. Four-hour now has many drives of bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below about 64.26. And you've already hit the neutral zone, so the easy target has been hit at about 64.18. The next level is the bearish control zone, which is that mid-63s number at 63.61. It kind of does look like we were going to tap that area. Let's make that disappear. Actually, I'm curious what the higher number was. 66.85, very interesting. Lines right up to 6,700. Quarterly is currently flipped to the downside on momentum, with volatility giving you that double extreme, and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 63.97. So very close to flipping back up, actually. And the last time the quarterly momentum flipped back up in this region was right over here. And we got some nice busting action from there. From here, we went up about 28%. Let's find another example where we flip back up here. We went up about another 29%, very close to 28%. Find another example right here. Flipped up, went up about 32%, very close. These numbers are all very close to each other. Now let's just assume it flips back up from here and apply somewhere around 25 to 30%. Wow, that's very high. 8,000? 8,005. Oh my God, why are we still, why does this number keep coming back up? All right, I guess we've got it resolved or settled. 8,000 by end of year. Monthly is now freshly flipping back to the upside, with volatility now going into a expansion phase from just around that 20% area, very similar area where S&P likes to get its volatility expansion from. And it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 59.61. And you're putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out all of these lows, and price action is making a significantly higher low, which has been confirmed now on this previous monthly close. 2-week is also flipping to the upside, with volatility getting a little high, and it is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over about 6,200. Weekly is currently flipped down with volatility contraction, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 64.56. 5 days also flipped down with volatility contraction. It's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 64.64. 2 days currently flipped pretty strongly to the downside, with volatility now sitting at 0%. Kind of does look like it's about to flip back up, especially since you reclaimed all of your major EMAs, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're below 64.55. And the reason why I don't look at this as a bad signal just yet, because we're still strongly in the bullish control zone. It would take like 1 or 2 more closes before we get to the edge of the bullish control zone. And as long as we're within there, I would still give the edge to the bulls. And daily goes along with that, with dailies now starting to freshly flip back up, reject the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 63.26. And you're now getting fresh volatility expansion on the daily momentum flip to the upside. The 4 hours also flipped up with volatility expansion, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 64.25. So on the high time frames, S&P is looking extremely bullish. I don't know when it's ever not looked extremely bullish on the high time frames. Literally just go straight up. Maybe this time here didn't really look. It still did. It still held higher lows. So it's always looked bullish as fuck on the high time.
Yeah, it does.
It's kind of difficult, or kind of makes people look like clowns whenever they're bearish on the S&P long term. But you're putting in hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. Monthly is starting to flip back up. It's very close to flipping back up. We just have to wait for the close to flip that back up. Quarterly is over that pivot to flip back up, and every single time the quarterly flips up, we get at a minimum a 25 to 30% move up, which would bring us, if you were to apply those numbers, into that 8,000 zone, which I'm not saying we're going to. Once again, that lines up with our 100% of the HPDR. And it would be several RSI targets that we have on several time frames for our bullish divergences and hidden bullish divergences. On the lower time frames, there are like the 4 hour, there are present many drives of bearish divergence. So if we do see a move down from here, I'd be looking for somewhere around that mid to low 6,300 area, where very likely you do get a strong bounce from there. And I'd be looking for somewhere around like mid 65, 6,700 to get tapped after that. And if you can get a daily close over about 67.50, then I'd be looking for a move into this roughly 7,000 area. And the invalidation right now on all of this is either getting a tick below about, let's see, 55.96, or a weekly close below, let's use this one, about 6,000. That'd be fair. Either one of those two things happen, then I'm going to be looking for a more long-form pullback and consolidation. Still nothing bearish on the long term, just a little bit more consolidation before we test the new all-time highs again. Right now, I am a lot more bullish than I am bearish on the S&P, especially the macro, and even on the medium and short-term time frames. Maybe we get a slight pullback, but I would look at that as an opportunity for new all-time highs.
Absolutely. I would say my analysis for the S&P 500 is this. Whenever you hear everyone saying that it's over, just buy some if you want to buy it. There's no need for anything else. All those opportunities are the good ones, right? Like every time people are like, oh my God, it's over. This is it. It's just like you buy it and then that shit continues to go up over time.
Yeah, you don't even need CNBC. Just load up Twitter.
Yeah, well, that's what you need because CNBC is meant to absolutely distract you with everything. Twitter, it's also to distract you, but at least you see the retards being distracted. So you're like, oh, I don't want to be like those retards. What do those retards think? Oh, I'm going to go ahead and do the opposite of what those retards think. And that's it. It's really, really simple. We are doing Tesla with Alex, and then you, sir, are going to do Rivian, por favor. Everyone's asking about these car companies. Boys, it's third quarter is going to be a strong one, and then fourth is going to be the end. The fucking abysmal, terrible results. Ok, estamos viendo el SP500. El SP500 en la trimestral. Güey, esta es una tabla alcista, alcista, alcista. Y no hay cómo negarlo. Déjenme ver una o dos cosas, ¿ok? Un segundo. Ok, no lo haría así. ¿O sí? No, hay un rango más tonto por acá. Este rango tonto está aquí. De aquí a acá, básicamente acá. Y esto me pone que el SP500 debería de dar una continuación para que vean algo así. Y esto está empezando desde el 2020, llevamos en este rango, parte alta, parte baja. Media, baja. Media, alta, baja. Entonces jugar este rango es, si tienes TradingView, saca tu ranguillo y básicamente esa es la manera más sencilla de poder entenderlo. Esto es muy alcista. Pueden ver que a través de todo el tiempo, la única vez que hemos tenido un doble techo en el pecho fue justamente en el dot-com bubble y el 2008, ¿no? Esto fue lo que nos hizo el 2000 y luego el 2008. Desde entonces habíamos hecho este bajo y un bajo más bajo. Esa fue la única vez que pudiste haber dicho, güey, esto se ve de la verga. Pero de nuevo, este es ese tipo de consolidación que les digo que me gusta que hace Bitcoin, donde va para abajo. Tantito, porque esta es por nada. O sea, el bajo del 2008 fueron 675 puntos. El bajo del 2002 fueron 770. No fue tanto, pero sí, técnicamente hablando, esto fue un bajo más bajo y luego te la jugó así. Te hizo este alto más bajo, luego cayó. Todo el mundo creyó, puta, va a ser un bajo más bajo y pito. Para arriba, damas y caballeros. Obviamente trae toda la fuerza del mundo este delicioso índice. Esta es de las cosas más sencillas. Si estás invirtiendo y no sabes en qué invertir, compra el SP500, el Nasdaq y el Dow Jones. Son los más fáciles de todos y siguen continuando subiendo a través del tiempo porque son las mejores empresas. Y ahora, no importa que sean 500 empresas, 100 empresas, 30 empresas, solamente 7 empresas mueven todo el mercado. A fin de cuentas, siempre y cuando tu índice favorito las tenga, con eso ya chingaste. Da igual todo lo demás. Y con eso vamos a poner el HPDR para darnos una idea de dónde estamos parados. Nuestro 100% está en los 9,000, básicamente. La parte alta, el 78% está en los 6,800, el 88% está en los 6,900, el 95% en 7,000. Para mí, y lo que les había yo dado hace muchísimo fue 7,000, el SP500 va a los 7,000 y todavía creo que vamos en camino para ahí. ¿Podremos ir más alto? Yo creo que sí, pero antes de corregir, quién sabe, es lo que tenemos que, y es lo que estamos poniendo atención a. Por ahora, esto que nos dice que queremos consolidar el SP500, le ha gustado ir casi el 97%, aunque ha tocado el 100% en ciclos previos. Esto lo hizo en el 2021, donde tuvimos esa excelente mercado alcista. Este fue la culminación de él en la zona del 100%, y si eso se llegara a repetir, ese 100% está casi en el 9,000, que sería una mamada, pero todo es posible en este mundo, damas y caballeros, absolutamente todo. Mensual tenemos la posibilidad de tener por fin una sesión con expansión de un punto bastante bajo. No es el punto más bajo de toda la historia, ni tampoco por debajo del 15%, pero lo tomamos. Pueden ver que continúa la alza, en lo que continúa expandiendo el precio, ahí subiendo al 35%, jugando un poco con nuestros sentimientos. En lo que estamos viendo al SP500 en la mensual, tenemos que decir, el área a romper es básicamente este máximo, el que había hecho la vela mensual pasada, la de julio. Esto es lo que quieres romper, porque ahí también está la media. Una vez que puedas cerrar por encima de 6,000, digamos 500, vas a tener probabilidades muy altas de poder ir a los 6,675 y de ahí al 61.8% en los 6,878. De no poder romper en 18 días y 5 horas básicamente los 6,464, tienes otra probabilidad de regresar a retestear esta zona, que es la zona del breakout. Y aquí, zona de breakout, ¿por qué? Ya saben que a mí me fascinan este tipo de trades, donde tengo resistencia, 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 rechazo, resistencia y putazo a la alza, y acá lo conviertes en soporte. La cosa es, no has venido a tomar este soporte para nada, lo que hace a mí los 6,100 una excelente oportunidad para poder agregar a tu posición en el SP500 si es que se llega a dar, y obviamente la posición ideal serían los 6,000, que es donde está el promedio del 9. Sería lo ideal para poder agregar a tu posición. La invalidación a esto está bastante abajo, así que pongan atención a esto cerquita. Tenemos eso en la mensual. 2 semanas con el HPDR también. Podemos ver que tenemos una vela topera, pero la de 2 semanas ya estamos muy por encima. Necesitamos más consolidación, más consolidación, más consolidación. Estamos muy arriba, aunque todo esto shifteó bastante duro de una a la otra. Han sido dos semanas donde hemos visto el HPDR subir sus niveles, que es bastante bueno. Esto nos dice que definitivamente a romper queremos ese 6,470 para poder continuar al 95% en los 6,500. Pero al estar acá, estás un poco ya en extremos. Lo que me dice es necesitamos simplemente más de estas velas siendo creadas en este banderín. Lo único que queremos es darle tiempo al tiempo para que esto tenga tiempo de poder consolidar, los rangos suban y esto pueda continuar a la alza. ¿Qué nos diría? ¿Qué sería la primera advertencia que esto va a bajar? La parte baja de esta vela, llevártela en un cierre de 2 semanas. Faltan 4 días y 5 horas para cerrar esta semanal. Si llegas a cerrar por debajo de 6,233, sería tu primera advertencia que vas a tener otra oportunidad. Oportunidad buena, se los había dicho, 6,170. Y la segunda, los 6,000 planos, que es la parte alta de la zona azul, el promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal, continuamos con un poco de lo mismo. Nuestra parte alta de la zona azul es justamente el alto de la vela que estamos diciendo, y una y otra vez 6,470 romper. De poder romper los 4,770, deberíamos de mínimo ir a los 6,570, y de ahí podríamos ir a visitar el 88% en los 6,700. Ahora, para abajo, tienes la media en los 6,300, tu promedio del 9 en los 6,303. Esa sería básicamente tu primera indicación de que vas a ir a esos 6,200, donde teníamos nuestra vela topera en la de 2 semanas, y te podría llevar para abajo. Pueden ver que la parte baja de la zona azul coincide con mi línea meme por acá, en los 6,170, 6,160. Eso quiere decir que esta va a ser la perfecta oportunidad para agregar, junto con el 61.8% en los bajos 6,000. Si ves que esta madre se va a los 6,000, agregas. Si ves que esta madre va a los 6,100, a los 6,200, también probabilidad de agregar. Diaria. Ok, no era eso. Diaria tenemos por fin. Esta va a ser nuestro cierre que nos confirme expansión. Vamos a esperar a que cierre de esta forma con esta expansión. Si el día de hoy cerramos con esta expansión de volatilidad, esto nos debería llevar, y además de que estamos catapultándonos de la media a la parte alta de la zona azul, que una vez más coincide con nuestra parte, con nuestra vela más alta justamente acá. De poder pasar este máximo de acá, el último que acabamos de hacer, que fue 6,468.50, deberíamos de poder ir a los 6,500 y de ahí a los 6,700. Así que puesto sencillo, SP500 alcista, 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 alcista en todas las temporalidades. Lo único que tenemos que tener pendiente es, si nos, yo pondría la de 2 semanas para que lo puedan ver fácilmente. 2 semanas, cerrar por debajo de esta vela, en el 2240, ponle. Cerrar por debajo de ella te va a dar oportunidad de agregar o en esta zona, en los 6160, o en los 6000 planos más o menos. Estas serían tus oportunidades de agregar, pum, pum, pum. Pero por ahora el SP500 en todas las temporalidades continúa siendo muy alcista y no hay nada que nos diga que va a bajar todavía. Ahora recuerden, cuando estamos en la parte más alta, las tablas de una tabla, cuando estás en altos históricos, las tablas se ven más alcistas y es cuando normalmente llegas a dar una reversión. Y también cuando estás en el fondo, que se ve se ve todavía aún más bajista ya estando en el fondo, eso normalmente eso es que encontraste un fondo. Entonces, solamente atentos con eso. Te llegas a llevar estos dos niveles, ¿cómo sabes que esto va a bajar mucho, mucho más? Si te llegas a llevar los 5,500 en cierres semanales, 5,500 está aquí abajo para que te des una idea. Si te llegas a llevar esto en cierres semanales, olvídalo y después en normal los 5,000. Si tienes un flashazo a 5,000 y regresa, eso quiere decir que estás entrando en una tendencia bajista. Por ahora no hay nada que nos diga eso. Simplemente continuamos tendencia alcista, corto, mediano y largo plazo. Y pues vamos a ver qué pex con esto, pero continuamos. Oportunidades en los 6164, en los 6040 y sería para agregar a tu posición y continuar a la alza. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Un segundo. Edgar, ¿cómo configuras el indicador de volatilidad de TradingView? Rapidísimo, te metes en indicador y le pones BBWP aquí arriba. BBWP. Es básicamente esta mamada. BBWP. Le vas a picar a este y ya, con eso te queda ahí. Lo único que tienes que hacer, y por favor, por el amor de Dios, ve el video de... tienes todos los cursos, si estás aquí platicando conmigo, tienes todos los cursos, tienes todo el curso gratis y todos los videos desglosados. Aquí lo vas a activar, pero ahí lo ponen en indicadores, ¿ok? En indicadores lo tienes, en la sección de los videos. Ok, vamos a la que sigue, que es Tesla. Tesla, Alex. Alrighty.
Nice. Yeah, we are starting to see some movement on Tesla. I mean, volatility on the daily was contracted. This is solely just representing chop right around that daily SMA 200. And now you're finally getting some actionable trade setups here. You know, into Friday's close, we were identifying and really wanting to see if bulls were going to firstly close above the daily SMA 200. This would instantly invalidate the short setup that we had. And then on top of it, we wanted to see if we were going to actually close above $326. We got both. So we opened up above the channel. And now what we see is Tesla's starting to break out. This looks like a very valid breakout to me. And it seems like we are now starting to see daily volatility finally expand. We have a daily trend shift now. And so what I'd like to see on Tesla personally is a higher low around $330 before moving up. Now, we very well could just keep moving up from here. My next objective is $372. But how these channels work is you do want to see at least some consolidation or a higher low based on, you know, kind of the breakout zone. And then that's where you can position. And that's the only logical trade I can see on the daily. Where I won't have FOMO, you'll get that daily SMA 200 moving up. And now as long as you are above the daily SMA 200, you are going to have more of a bullish bias. Because all bears had in their court was just the fact that you're getting chop and you're getting closures under the daily SMA 200. You had follow through here on the short, but $300 remained the big spot. If you could not lose $300, this was going to give bulls another opportunity of actually testing back around this region. And as we can see now, they took that opportunity and they're running with it. So for me now, as long as you are above $326 on a daily close on Tesla, this is going to be now in more bullish posturing, and you should be playing the new fresh daily uptrend. Yeah, very nice weekly close as well. Got right back above the weekly 9. And yeah, again, just solidifying why this breakout's looking solid. But you're noticing the weekly volatility is still at 0%. So the move you're seeing now on Tesla is, again, just the beginnings. If bulls are really starting to break out, we're just starting to see the beginnings of that. And that's just shown here on the fresh daily uptrend. So you shouldn't have FOMO with this chart. There's still lots of volatility to be had on this. And more so, you haven't even seen this weekly volatility setup fire off. I do think that once you do start reclaiming back above this $372 region, Tesla's going to have a major move up, and you're going to start seeing it go back to, in my opinion, right around $417 to $420. I do think that, we easily can play within this range, but for now, this is still looking like a valid breakout. And to me, bulls have a lot going for them currently. So there should be really no reason why, if we do come back to around the red line, testing right around $330, why this won't be an opportunity. Now we can look at the HBDR and kind of see what is occurring. So we open on Friday in a breakout. We're now seeing that we're testing right at that 78.6%. So again, you have the higher high, so you could very well into tomorrow, Wednesday, get a higher low, very easily see this daily 9 move up, and just solidifying the bounce zone in that. This broke out, so you'd want to see this get tested before moving up. You saw this actually on Bitcoin. You broke out, and then you back tested it before the real move. You generally do get those throwbacks. So, if you have FOMO and you need to just get in a Tesla, I am still looking at this being an actionable setup, because even if you were just going to move up here, the HBDR never really got even back tested, very well could just move up to around the $330. On Tuesday, Wednesday, you get a pullback. This will take out all late longs, and then maybe you can make your move up to 371, where that will just continue to be the big spot. And when we got back above 371, this is when bulls just were in total control and they're just moving up. So there still is, a actionable move here. That still could be a 13% from where our entry could lie from current price action. That still means that Tesla could go up another 7%. So, the move I'm looking at now, it looks like a valid breakout. You did have a very valid short setup here. But this is why we look at support. You just weren't breaking down. You weren't losing the bottom side of the 38.2%. And you weren't having volatility fire off. So, now what you had was all of the bearishness fizzle away, flip in favor of bulls, and now you're breaking out. So, it's fine to be wrong on shorts, see why you're wrong at support, flip-flop. But, staying wrong is just going to fuel this up. Shorts had an easy move when you're under the SMA 200. But again, when you're super bullish, you don't really want to see a lot of price action around that. You generally do just kind of expand from it. We saw this back, right around 2024, August of 2024, where you reclaimed it, you threw it back, and then you actually got bullish trend. And then this shouldn't generally be hit for a while if you are in like an uber bull market. And vice versa on shorts too. Once you lose it, you should just kind of break down from it, giving you high probability short zones. So, this is exciting price action. It definitely is. We've gone up about 6% from the SMA 200, but I'm just not convinced yet that you're not going to get a throwback first to 330. And so that'll just be very telling if we do. Where will we know if we're wrong and you're just going to keep moving up is just simply this 371. Now, I know that's obvious, but you really can't use anything else. You've taken out the lower highs. You're just kind of gauging the higher low. And that's it. I mean, daily volatility makes it a little more tricky because you're just going to green dildo now. Let's see here. 3-day as well. Moving. Has a volatility set up. Not firing off yet. 5-day. 2 sessions of zero volatility. Same with the weekly. Well, the monthly is interesting because you could, in theory, get a monthly setup in itself. And then this will just solidify the range. But still, I mean, there's just a lot going for bulls. This is a girthy green dildo to the upside. So that's interesting. You see that bottom side 38.2% right at $387. Fun chart. So yeah, maybe, you're right. At least Tesla will do well in the coming months, especially if bulls just keep moving up towards that 371, because you could easily reclaim on the quarterly here the back above the median. Getting back above the median is generally a great sign, and you can just easily see then you potentially might have a shot at all-time high, or at least near it. But still, regardless, I would not be longing on Tesla after a 5% move on the daily. You should be playing what you know, which is trend. This is breaking out. So if you're not positioned, just simply see if you can catch a higher low around 330. As long as you stay above the daily SMA 200, it's bullish, and any kind of move down to that daily SMA 200 needs to be bought up. And if you start closing dailies back under there, it's the same criteria. It sucks when you have chop. That is just unfortunate, but that's just engineered to kind of get you out. If you're shorting, then chopped out, shorting, chopped out, it kind of makes you either complacent to just shorts, or even if you're longing and they fizzle out, all of these, potential breakouts fizzled out, and now you're getting the move that's just engineered to make people step away. So I'd be watching $330 to like $326 as major support on Tesla. As long as you do stay above that SMA 200 on the daily, this should have an objective to $371, where that's going to be the big zone. You either get above there, and then 400 is a real possibility, or you just stay under it, reject, and you can just see here, you've had this $371 region kind of front run rejections before. You saw it here, and then even here. So the reaction there is going to be super crucial for me. I do want to pay attention because you're noticing the daily BBWPs firing off, which is great. But what would be nice is if you start seeing all the other higher time frames fire off, starting with the 3-day, the 5-day, the weekly, because those are the fun ones. Those are when you get major setups, major combustion action on Tesla. And you've actually, I guess now you last weekly volatility setup with extreme low volatility was here, October 2017. That's a long time ago. Wow. So you had it's like a false break down leading to another reset of volatility. A lot of chop here, I'll say that.
He chops because he wanted everyone out before he goes up, right?
Yeah, that is why it's engineered to do that. No one's supposed to win here. So you had like this move up. It was 16%. This caused volatility to go up 50%. And then it reset on this move down, taking you basically to range lows. It was like a range trade. 47% though from that move. It's pretty impressive. Then it went down, broke out. What was it? So, I mean, really the easy one to show is this one, where you didn't even have an extreme read. I was trying to see, because this was the first extreme read ever on this chart. Extreme low read, 0% volatility on the weekly, was here, December 2016. This was just an easier example. I should have used that. The first one, and this took you up 36%, pretty nice. And then you came down, got a higher low, and then from this point you went up 58%. So pretty nice. And then you had another one, lots of chop, and now you have another one. So it's going to be very interesting to see, actually. You haven't had a weekly volatility set up on 0% volatility on Tesla in years. very interesting to see that. And that's why it's you know, nice to just see, kind of base it on the daily, know where you're wrong, know what you're looking at. Because if you can easily catch a move that, you know, goes into a daily higher low, higher high, that leads into maybe that 5-day weekly actually firing off to the upside, this is when an easy logical setup can then turn into a life-changing money trade. So you have volatility supporting it. I'm just not convinced that you're just going to green dildo up to here. I'd want to see a higher low throwback and then see a combusting move up like a spring.
Well, the piece of shit Tesla normally does those moves like strong up and strong down, so you can't get on the fucking move. And,
I agree with you on that too.
yeah.
That's why this is solely Hopium, because I see like this.
Yep.
It did not let you get in at all. Here, it didn't really let you get in easily. But then again, flip side is it was forming the range. But then even here, when you did break above the SMA 200, you went up, you went down, you threw it back, and then you proceed to go up. But you are right. It does not make it easy at all. I mean, here you're just opening gaps up. No gap fills right up to the next range. You'd be talking about maybe a move down to here. It didn't give you that. Here it became a little more easier at least. So yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And then here, you just got back above the SMA 200 and went up. So this is the conservative. At least I can feel good giving this trade out. Then, you know, long this here, and we're going to go up to 371. It could do that, but and really daily volatility is telling you it really could do that. Truly,
yeah.
You don't want to see a lot of price action around the SMA 200. Usually that's chop. But for me, I want to just see this channel. If this is going to be valid, which we are already identifying kind of mid-August to see volatility. So if we're getting that, let's then flip-flop. Let's go long here. We can look at this low as our stop loss. Let's just see here. Yeah, it's like a 3% to gain. Let's see. Maybe it's not worth it. No, it's good. 14%. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. You know, because when I see this, you've taken all the lower highs. You're now on a higher high. Every asset loves to play trend, and just higher lows are the easy trade to always take out late longs. Always, every single time. Because it logically looks like, oh, I just need to get in this and we're going to go up. Until you do just get a throwback, and then you get stopped out, and then your original idea positions you, and then you go up. You need volatility on both sides to make these moves. So this is the only easy setup, but you're absolutely right. With daily BBWP firing off and 3-day, 5-day, weekly is primed, really, I mean, Tesla's like a ball underwater. Once you let go of it, it's going to bust up. And right now, this is postured bullish on the daily. So
yeah, we got some bullish time for this shit to continue to go, which is good. It's really good for the price right now. Yeah.
Easy money mode for sure, especially if you do see that weekly volatility fire off. I mean, again, you've only had really two. The first one was a banger. The second one gave you a lot of chop. So this one will be interesting, actually. I do think if you go back even above your green line at $415, I don't see why Tesla won't trade upwards to around 500.
Yeah. What I'm not entirely sure what it's going to do, just based on where it's going. First of all, it's going to hype everyone in thinking that it's robot taxi time and it's all these things, and Tesla's not a car company anymore and all that, which, by the way, it's true. Absolutely. But on the way up right here, it's going to be literally the whole hype of like Q3. Once we reveal Q3 numbers, which is going to be insane, blah, 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 that's when you're going to have your blow off top. What I'm not entirely sure is, are we going to stop here?
Yeah.
Or are we going to do a double top and then revert? Either way, I'm not going to be playing this long, other than day trading, basically, whatever opportunity that comes up. I'm not going to be playing that long, because after this, Tesla's going to be fucking doomed in the worst sales they've ever seen in their lives in the next quarter, like for the fourth quarter. And
I like the perspective though too, because like 414 could be the spot. Then you break that, you really could then come test those wick highs, but then, you know, you should be looking for some kind of weakness based on just kind of the earnings reports and all the numbers and stuff going to come out.
And look, earnings is right here. October, which is right here. How fucking weird is that?
Written in the stars, quite literally.
Yeah. So I'm just following like how they get people excited, what people get excited about, and when they think this cannot just turn around anymore, that's when it does turn around, just like what we said.
Yeah.
And so far, it's been working pretty great. So let's see if we can continue that streak. That'd be great.
I'm going to be watching that Tesla long brewing around maybe 3:30. I do think that's an actual.
That'd be ideal. Yes.
But again, that's just ideal, easy trading. If we get it, I wouldn't be positioning long right now until you get maybe a throwback, and that's it.
Yeah.
You just need to wait until Ross Gerber buys or Kathy Wood buys, and then you sell.
True though.
Absolutely true. Absolutely
like
true.
A Kramer bullish tweet in there, and you're good to go. Even
oh my god, that's the trifecta. Ross Gerber, my god, what a joke! You know, reality also has little jokers out there, and that's one of them. Little Ross Gerber. I do investments for a living, but I don't know how to invest. I went to school and got PhDs by Bitcoin.
If you thought the simulation theory wasn't valid after that, then I don't know what to say. Simulation confirmed.
Oh my dude, I've been writing a video on what is reality. I wish I would do this in the only reason why I want to do them in English is so that you guys understand how fucking crazy I am. That's it. But I think you understand, but I don't think you fully understand how crazy I am. So I'm contemplating doing that in English too, because I think it's gonna be
awesome.
I'd like to listen to this.
It's gonna be crazy. Either way, okay. I'll get started on this, and then Alex, for you, Arch right after ARCH.
Sweet.
Thank you, sir. Ok, estamos viendo Tesla. Justamente vamos de acuerdo al plan. Tesla tiene su breakout. ¿Por qué? Porque estamos yendo a ese tercer cuarto. Este tercer cuarto que es en octubre, básicamente en este lugar es donde el tercer cuarto va a ser anunciado con sus resultados en octubre. Este va a ser el cuarto más potente que Tesla ha tenido en un rato. No estoy diciendo en la historia, pero sí en un rato, y podría ser el de la historia, dependiendo de cuánto gente hayan hecho ir a comprar coches. Y recuerden, la razón por qué, y esto también aplica para Rivian, aplica para todas esas empresas, es porque se acaba el incentivo en septiembre y todo el mundo está comprando Tesla, coches eléctricos, para que les salga más barato. Es la repetición de la narrativa de los aranceles una vez más. Y además, genio Elon le subió el precio también al modelo Y, al list, como $50. Pero con eso te está enseñando, porque nadie más le ha subido el precio a sus coches, solamente este güey. Y esto te está diciendo que, güey, vamos a definitivamente a romperla. Ahora, ¿por qué es importante saber eso? Pues estamos esperando esto, básicamente. Una vez que saliéramos del S&P 200 abajo, sabíamos que íbamos a tener esta acción de precio. Ahora estamos por encima, una vez más, lo pueden notar, de esta línea verde meme. Cuando normalmente estamos acá, básicamente 370 son una garantía y el siguiente nivel son los 414. Yo les voy a decir esto, y me estoy aventando una vez más para el futuro, y hay veces que me rifo así, y continúa con mi bias. Ustedes saben cómo yo veo el mercado para adelante, y me he quedado en ello desde el principio. Y eso es, Tesla va a tener este monstruo cuarto, va a ser anunciado como verga. Ahora sí, vean cuántos, porque recuerden, a nadie le importa la razón real de por qué vendieron tanto. Lo único que se va a seguir repitiendo en voz alta es de, güey, vendieron 1,000 millones de coches, no lo puedo creer, y además ya tenemos el robotaxi, no hay nada que pueda parar a Tesla, por lo que por mí, los 414 son casi una garantía para mí, y tal vez un doble techo también en los 487. Lo voy a marcar de una vez. En los 487 es donde yo pondría que podríamos ir hasta ahí, porque todo el mundo va a estar tan alcista, tal cual como lo planeamos, tal cual como dijimos, blow off top, etcétera. Y de ahí podríamos caer a esta zona para el segundo cuarto del segundo año. ¿Ok? Y no sé qué tan rápido lo vaya a hacer. Lo único que tenemos que poner atención ahorita es simplemente los pasos que estamos siguiendo. Déjenme pongo esto de vuelta, justamente ahí en los 4.89. Ok, vamos a empezar con la trimestral en Tesla. Pueden ver que continuamos en una tendencia alcista, sobre todo. Tenemos nuestro máximo histórico. Venimos a encontrar nuevos mínimos en los 200, ¿qué fueron? 214. Bueno, como no me la sé. Y de ahí hemos tenido este movimiento. Tenemos esta vela doji. Por cierto, todas son velas doji. Doji, 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 doji. Esta no, esta fue una vela de fondo. Este es un hammerhead. Pero todo esto ha sido doji. Ha sido, no sé qué pedo. Recuerda que esto es parte del chop. Parte del chop antes del movimiento grande. No te va a invitar al movimiento grande en una manera sencilla. Y este movimiento grande va a venir después de que todo esto acabe, que tengamos el chop para arriba y para abajo. Ahí va a venir el momento grande donde Tesla se va a ir a $1,000 y cacho. Pero eso no va a pasar rápido, en mi opinión. ¿Ok? Estamos por encima del promedio del 9, 21, 34 y todos van en orden desde el más, el más rápido hasta el más lento. ¿Ok? Eso es bastante alcista. Vamos a la mensual. No les quiero poner el HPDR en esto para no confundirlos. Mi tabla y mis niveles son en Tesla, no por sonar como todo un... es lo mejor que yo he visto en análisis técnico de esta tabla. Los que han estado aquí un rato lo entienden. Y es simplemente para no confundirlos. Tenemos nuestro máximo histórico, venimos a hacer un fondo, venimos a hacer un máximo, venimos a hacer un mínimo, y ahora este va a ser el mínimo que aguante y nos vamos a ir para acá. Yo creo que sí, ¿ok? Estamos por encima del promedio del 9, 21, 34, y justamente estamos retomando el promedio del 9 después de que te dio esta vela, que te dijo, esta es una vela topera, aparte tomada de liquidez, nos vamos al pito, palo, güey, y ahora vas para arriba en este tercer cuarto con resultados inflados, ¿no? Bien, siempre y cuando no pierdas los 328, básicamente, vas a estar del lado alcista en Tesla. Además, permítanme, volatilidad está contrayendo en la mensual. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas te lo pinta igual. Habíamos estado en este triangulito y ahora estamos rompiendo a la alza. El movimiento ideal aquí, el trade ideal, ahorita se los voy a dar en la diaria, pero no es subirte ahorita. Es esperar un retesteo de esta línea verde. Esta línea verde está en los 334. La cosa es, estás $10 arriba. La cosa de Tesla es, cuando corre el hijo de puta, corre. Y no te da tiempo de subirte. Pum, pum, pum. ¿Ok? Pum, 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 pum. No te da esos retrocesos de vuelta. Entonces, aquí es donde tienes que estar truchas a todo tipo, al nivel más alto. Además de que está preparando un setup de volatilidad bastante interesante. La última vez que vimos eso fue en enero del 2024 y fue un setup para abajo. Así que pongan atención por ahí. Semanal está preparando ya dos periodos de nula volatilidad. Eso quiere decir que 2 semanas han pasado con 0 volatilidad, en la que estás viendo la de 2 semanas caer, la volatilidad en la que estás viendo la mensual contraer en volatilidad. Y este va a ser el principio de esos movimientos agresivos. Por ahora, habías cerrado por encima del promedio del 9, tienes esta segunda vela que está por encima no solamente de nuestra línea, de nuestro triángulo, pero también de nuestra línea meme. Para mí la línea meme es más importante que cualquier otra cosa, pero tienes 2 áreas de confluencia de que esta es tu zona de breakout. Tu zona de breakout es los 334. Si quieres participar en este trade, tienes que ser paciente y esperar a que poder meterte a los 334 para irte en long. ¿Ok? Ahora, tu invalidación está muy abajo. Muy, muy abajo. Ahorita lo vamos a discutir en la diaria. Diaria, tienes expansión de volatilidad y esto es importante. Esto es hoy. Si hoy puedes cerrar el día de hoy, o sea, falta ya nada, horas. ¿Cuántas horas faltan? 3 horas y 12 minutos. 3 horas y 12 minutos para cerrar en verde, tío, al cielo y al más allá. Yo cortaría y pondría mi stop loss si pierdo el S&P 200. El S&P 200 está en 324. Pero de nuevo, yo no me voy a meter aquí a este trade, aunque pueda que funcione. No estoy diciendo que no. A Tesla le gusta hacer estas gatadas para que te pierdas de la entrada y no te deje volver a tomarla. Entonces, ¿puede continuar y seguir? Por supuesto. Y es lo que yo esperaría. Donde yo me voy a cagar y estoy poniendo una orden en este momento en mi cuenta de BTCC, 334. Me voy a ir long. Y en 334 la voy a vender en 370. Porque no estoy esperando a que simplemente llegue a 370, rompa y se vaya a los 400. Aquí es donde vendería. Yo esperaría un retroceso acá y después continuación. Ahora, esto ya me lo estoy mamando intentando adivinar el futuro, pero una vez más, si estamos viendo que nuestra volatilidad en Tesla, un segundito, estamos viendo que nuestra volatilidad diaria en Tesla está empujando a la alza. Ves que semanal tienes 2 periodos de nula volatilidad. Ves que en la de 2 semanas está cayendo volatilidad como pájaro de ser disparado. Y estás viendo que la mensual también tiene volatilidad contrayendo. Este podría ser el principio de ese movimiento agresivo a la alza que te lleve hasta los 370 de golpe y de ahí a los 414. ¿Cómo sabes que me equivoqué? Simplemente llévate los 298 para abajo, ponlo sencillo, $300 para abajo. Ahí es donde el tío Salo se la mamó, no es cierto nada de lo que acabo de decir y va a jugar de otra forma. Pero por ahora yo estoy esperando a que Tesla vaya mínimo a los 414 de aquí a octubre. Voy a crear un doble techo con un posible máximo histórico nuevo, un poco relativamente, un poquito más alto que el último, y eso estaría en el nivel de los 490. Entonces, por ahí de $500, toque 500 y bolas, güey, un doble techo en el pecho y vámonos para abajo. Y les estoy dando literalmente la operación que yo estoy siguiendo personalmente en esto. Punto. Nada de mamadas. Y una vez más, todo siempre basado no solamente en datos reales del día de hoy, pero en qué narrativa están vendiéndole a la gente con esos datos reales y qué es lo que está creyendo la gente. Vamos para arriba. La gente en este momento se está preparando pensando que Tesla ya de aquí va a continuar para arriba, nadie lo va a detener porque es una empresa de AI y bla, 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 pero tristemente los siguientes resultados, el cuarto de este año para Tesla va a ser el peor que han tenido en no sé cuánto tiempo. Y apúntenlo, que vamos uno por uno llevándolo para adelante. Eso chingada, es lo que quiero ver. All righty, sir. Rivian, por favor.
Rivian. Alrighty. Let's switch it over to the monthly view. Oh, looks like a breakdown. Interesting.
Wow. Opposite of Tesla. How lovely.
But I'll say Rivian should have the same effect as Tesla. Like this could be the opportunity because Rivian is also killing sales, murdering sales.
This is the ETH of electric cars right now.
To me, it is. The thing is, this has more chop to go around for a longer time before it creates like those stupid moves to the upside. And also the potential for Rivian cannot get people as hyped as they will get the Tesla people to go into that double top, for example, scenario. Because Rivian does not have it. Like they're developing their AI system so that it does self-driving and all that shit for others, but they're still way behind the game right now. So for now, all you're going to get is just an incredible, but the most amazing quarter they've had in I don't know how long. So that's what you're going towards into those earnings. So I'm sorry, Farin. Just wanted to bring that up because I think it's important.
Because I have one of my friends who sells cars in Miami who's pushing heavy the EVs right now.
Oh yeah, no, they're killing it right now. Like for Tesla, you want to order a Model 3, I think it was like a 4 to 6 week waiting line already.
Wow.
Yeah, whereas like 2 days, like you saw, you got a Model 3, no, Alex?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
That was like the same day, no?
Same day. Walked
Not
in,
anymore.
I just want to get it. Spend as less time in there as possible, and I drove out of it with my mom with one. So
not anymore. So there you go.
Wow.
It's so crazy hearing that because back in the day, whenever I was ordering my Model S's before the Model 3 came out, I had to wait like 3 months for the fucking car to get built.
Same. Yeah. Now, well, for a while now, demand was so shit that people were buying them instantly on that day. But again, we're back from here until September. You're going to get these monster numbers going forward.
I'm happy I got the colors that I got then.
Yeah, well done. Well done.
All your advice. Thank you.
Get out of here. It's Farhan, the one that knows.
Yeah, it's true. You boys just know
I don't know shit.
cars. You guys know a lot. I don't know what you're talking about.
We like cars, sadly.
Some would say.
It's my autism. So on the monthly on Rivian, we are getting a nice little breakdown. We're dropping below that 38.2%. We're not even really getting much of a bounce. And as of now, as long as you close below this meme line in this 38.2%, probabilities are going to be that at a minimum, you're going to come down to reconnect with this median. And at that point, you're going to be taking out this major higher low, and it's going to be looking like this is going to probably dump even further from there. And your next relevant target, it's going to move in about, what, 18 days? But right now it's sitting at about $7.37. That's a new all-time low. That's breaking these $8 lows. So to keep this from happening, you're going to need to see a very strong bounce at that $10 zone, $10.50, $10.60. Otherwise, it's going to be, the odds are going to be overwhelming that you're going to be going down to that $7 area. I am of the belief that slightly more towards the bullish side, that we will see a strong bounce from here, whether we're going to be bullish or bearish. I think at the very least we're going to come back and reconnect with one of these two meme lines at around the $11 to $12 zone, and at that area you're going to be on the lookout for a bearish retest and a lower high. And likely, if you are entering into longs around this area, you want to de-risk around that $11 to $12 area. Personally, I would be sitting on the sidelines waiting to see what the reaction in this area is. If you see any weakness, then you could take the short. You could put your stop loss at this wick high of this candle here at about $14.80, and then you'd be targeting first somewhere around this $8 zone, $9 to $8 zone, and then you'd be targeting $7. But from here, it'd more likely be a no trade zone. Just wait to see what happens. Momentum is flipping to the downside. There's some slight hopium that volatility is still contracting and the jewel is still on the buy signal, but there is not really that much data for the jewel on the monthly. So you're going to have to take that with a grain of salt. And you are just steadily making lower highs in a series of lower highs. Probably better to assume the macro trend is going to hold. Monthly 2 week is now getting a breakdown. Also lost the median, got a retest of the median, and just rejection. That would give you a probabilities of coming down somewhere around this 38.2%, right below $10 at like $9.83. At that point, you're going to be retesting this low here. There's technically a possibility you can grind out a very dirty higher low here. There's very low possibility considering you're going to be taking out this low right here. And this low did give you a pretty significant bounce. This one was like 54% of a bounce from this low. So this is a significant area. Taking this out likely does take a lot of stops in this area, further fueling the dump to break this low here at about 950, and there's not really anything but air from there into like $8. Weekly breakdown. Also, you lost the median, can't even retest the median, front ran the rejection of the median. And momentum is still pointed to the downside, with volatility now approaching extreme lows. See if there's any divergences present. Not really. Jewel's now once again shifting over into a sell signal. Looking terrible. Why does this look so bad and Tesla is looking busty? 5 days, same thing as the weekly, pointed down. Once you lose this name line, pretty much nothing until just below $10 at like $9.95. Two-day also flipped to the downside with a fresh silver cross. Wasn't even able to make it up to the 9. Just getting the rejection off the 5. Shows you a very solid downtrend if you can't even get above the 5-year, man. Momentum is very close to breaking into the bearish control zone. Any divergence? Nope. Volatility is expanding. Confirmed sell signal on the jewel. Daily is looking a little bouncy, getting momentum flipping back to the upside, putting a little bullish divergence in. We want to see a close of this 38.2% to give us more of a long-term bounce. If we do close over that at about $12, 11.97, you should see a little bit more of a bounce test somewhere around this 200 in this median, right around that $12 zone. And that is going to be the area for the bearish retest. Right now, the jewel is starting to lose the sell signal, shift over into a neutral. But on the opposite hand, you do have the pink crossing below the yellow, which is a very bearish cross. And this is happening above the bearish control zone, ever so slightly. Let's see what type of bounce we get whenever we lose this sell signal. And then also, after that, we'll mark the pink with the yellow and see what that produces. Take one more, that'll be it. So this gave us a bounce of about 4%. This one was 0.79%, not really anything at all. This one, about 4.5%. How much have we moved up now? 1.8%. Oh, actually, the Wikai is at about 3.79%. Very interesting. Very close to the 4% number. If we were to take it just a little bit higher to the 4% area, that would be right along that mid to 12s. Goes right along with the bearish retest in the high 11s to mid 12s. And now let's do the pink versus yellow cross. Happening in the bullish control zone, a little too high. Do we not have any variable? There we do. These are going to be a little bit more powerful than we have now because ours is a little bit lower. This one didn't cross, but this one did. There we go. So how much do we move, if at all? We moved up 0.9%, and then down about 8%, then 21%. This one down about 7.2, very close to 8. This one basically cut the bearish retest to a T. Oops. %, around 9%, then 22, 25, very close to the 20s. And now we will take it from this one. Only went down 0.9%. Not really much at all. Let's see what that $10 area is at. That would be roughly that 8% number. Very interesting. The number that we saw more often than not, than all of the other ones, was right around that 8% number. And that would be a perfect tap of that 1050s median. Let's take it to about the 20% number. That would bring us roughly around $9-ish. At that point, you're probably going to break down a lot more. 4 hour also starting to flip back up on momentum. Volatility is now at extreme lows. 4 hour has completely skipped the neutral phase on the jewel and went straight to the buy. Usually very strong signals or whenever you completely skip the neutral signal. But you got to remember this is a 4 hour, so you got to hold your horses a little bit with these results because it's not going to be as powerful if this was a daily or a weekly. Right now, you are holding over that median, which is $12.06. Start to get a close over there. That's what gives you that move into the the mid 12s, right around that 38.2%. And then once again, that is going to be your bearish retest. So start to get closes over that 38.2% and the 21 EMA. Then you can start flipping into a more long outlook to retest somewhere around the 13s, mid 13s. Now let's check RSI. Monthly currently has many drives of hidden bearish divergence, confirmed on this previous close over here. And this is going to be active as long as you're closing below about $14.51. Your next move on that bearish divergence is going to be at the simple moving average at about 1173. And then the move after, the next level is the bearish control zone. Bearish control zone right now sits at $7.81. It's not a good sign. 2 week also has many drives of hidden bearish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing below the same number, 1451. And your next move is into the bearish control zone, which right now sits at about 755. Same number. We're just about to get volatility expansion with that hidden bearish divergence and a sell signal on the jewel. Weekly also many drives of hidden bearish divergence. I think it's got hidden bearish divergences across the board. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below the same number, 1451. Target is going to be the critical zone, which will update in 4 days. Right now, it's at $6.
God damn.
Wasn't there someone on Twitter who was very bullish on Rivian?
There's one fucking guy that all he does is like trading stuff, and he was making fun of some other dude that was willing that when Rivian got to like $16-17, I can't remember what the number was on that peak that you have right in front of you. When it got there, some guy, like a real fucking trader, comes out and goes, I'm sorry, I'm going to go short on Rivian right now. There's no way it's going to keep this pump. And this guy reposted him, making fun of him, saying, can you believe this guy? And I commented on it. I was like, dude, he's actually right. Like, just by temporality, you don't have to fucking be a genius. Go back and look at what happened every single one of these months. The price went back down. And he got mega offended, blocked me for a second, and then unblocked me, probably muted me, because I've made fun of him every now and then, and he doesn't reply, which I know for a fact he's muted me. But yeah, he's quite a little faggot. That's the right way of putting it.
I saw the reply, I saw the rebuttal. It was all very funny. So now whenever I do Rivian, I just think of that dweeb.
You can't forget it. Like,
no.
That's all I can think of. Yeah, what a huge fuck up.
Just a small haircut.
Just a small 31%.
Just a tranquilo 31%.
But that dude that shorted it made, he made a killing.
Yeah, he was absolutely right. Absolutely right.
That's my favorite part about the market, is that you don't have to argue with anyone. You just take the opposing position.
Yeah, and by the way, money will pay you.
Yep, that's the only thing that really matters.
That's
they don't have to admit defeat.
Yep, 100%.
Volatility now expanding as well over the bearish divergence on the 3-day. That's very interesting to see. And the next target on that bearish divergence is going to be the critical zone. It's sitting at $6.50. Updates in 2 days, however, that it's an opium. Daily, nothing. 4 hours about to put in some bullish divergence, supports the idea of a little bit of a bounce from here towards that mid-12s. This will confirm with any close over about 11.99, and that should take me towards the edge of the bearish bullish control zone, right around like 12.28, somewhere around the neutral zone, which is at 12.97. Right in between there is that mid-12s. Now we go to the momentum. That just looks terrible on monthly view. Volatility it did have a little bit of volatility expansion on the monthly, but it's once again flipped back to the downside. Momentum is still pointed up on the monthly, however, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 12.35. We are below that number, but we have about 18 days and 3 hours left to go. We'll see if bulls can hold that level or not, and maintain momentum to the upside on the monthly. Because if it does not maintain to the upside on the monthly, there are some ramifications for that. The biggest one is, if you notice, we took out this high here on momentum. Price action made significantly lower highs, giving you a very big drive of hidden bearish divergence right here. And that will be confirmed if this momentum flips down. Any close below $12.35 will confirm this monthly hidden bearish divergence, and that's going to give you a minimum target of retesting these current lows, like absolute minimum. More likely, you're going to break those lows. And then those RSI targets of around $7.50 to $6.50 are going to be relevant. Right now, you're still in the bearish control zone too. This is the prime area for bears to flip it back down and put in that hidden bearish divergence. I'm sorry, you're going to say something?
No. Just like, that's it.
2 week also flipped to the downside, just constant rejections of getting out of the bearish control zone. After 3 rejections of the bearish, getting out of the bearish control zone, likely it's going to make its way towards the critical zone from there. And it's going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 14.57. Weekly is also pointed down, with now getting volatility expansion, very close to that. I think you already have it, actually. Yeah, you already have a weekly silver cross. It just never undid. And it's going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 13.73 and you're in the bearish control zone. 5-day also, fresh volatility expansion, pointed down below 13.77. 2-day fresh volatility expansion from 0%, pointed down below 13.20. This is the one that had the first silver cross, the 2-day. First silver cross down, volatility expansion from 0%, momentum flipped down. It's a recipe for a nuke. Daily's right on the edge. Daily is close to flipping up. If it does flip up, very likely this volatility goes into an expansion contraction phase, and that will give you that move into somewhere around mid-12s. Right now, it will flip up if you close over 12.07. Guessing this is going to be up already. Yep, it is. 4 hours flip to the upside. You're getting that volatility contraction, telling you it's likely going to be a lower high. You got a derp of life, still in the bearish control zone, and you're pointed up as long as you're closing over 11.62. Very likely takes you up towards that mid-12s. On the higher time frames, the Rivian is looking quite bearish to me. We're just about to flip monthly momentum to the downside. We're putting in hidden bearish divergence and a very significant drive in hidden bearish divergence, with price action making like very significant lower highs. These lower highs are, let's measure them, like 50, 69, and like 100+% away from each other. Very significant lower highs. That's some very devastating hidden bearish divergence, and it will be confirmed on this monthly close if you flip this momentum to the downside. And then you have hidden bearish divergences down from the monthly, basically on every single time frame. You got it on the 2-week, you got it on the weekly, you got it on the 5-day. Every single one has hidden bearish divergences, which are like very likely to confirm. On the lower time frames, however, momentum is flipping up. You're putting in bullish divergences on the daily and the 4-hour, likely taking you up to retest that meme line somewhere around the mid 12s, maybe somewhere to $13. I would expect a rejection from that zone, and then likely retesting our current lows, which would be the target of our monthly divergence. And then the next level below there is somewhere around $7. And the invalidation right now is either getting a tick above, I'd say, I want to be conservative here. You could go with $19. Tick above $19 or a weekly close over about $17.15, and then I would reevaluate the mega bearishness. Not necessarily reversal, but I would have to reevaluate the bearishness. Right now, I do think we're going to get a little bit of move up, tap mid 12s, maybe $13, and then I would expect that hidden bearish divergence on the monthly to play out. And minimum target from there is going to be somewhere around that mid 10s. Still possible we could get a bounce there. Still very possible, actually. I'd even put it somewhere, if I had to give it a number, slightly in the favor of the bulls. Bounce there, but if we don't bounce at 1050s, then it's fucked.
Damn. Basically. Basically. Thank you so much, senor. Appreciate you. Wow. Rivian, damas y caballeros. Rivian no se ve como Tesla, ¿eh? Cuando estás volteando a ver simplemente el gráfico, no es lo mismo. Puedes ver que Tesla está básicamente en esta etapa de este movimiento y Rivian está en esta etapa del movimiento. Una vez más, este movimiento lo pudiste haber seguido simplemente con temporalidad, que me vuela la cabeza como todo el mundo se sale de lo fácil. Vamos a la mensual para empezar. Tenemos a Rivian yendo al punto de volatilidad más bajo de toda la historia. Parecía que nos estaba dando un cero para la alza, pero no, continúa yéndose para abajo. Más allá de eso, pueden ver que hemos estado en una tendencia bajista por bastante tiempo. Simplemente esto empieza desde julio del 2023, pero si lo quieres agarrar de acá es diciembre del 2022. Pero desde que salió al mercado en el 2021 ha estado cayendo desde los $140, $180, que es el máximo histórico. Está cotizando en $2.10 en este momento. Tiene también divergencias bajistas en todas las temporalidades, menos en la de diaria y en la de 4 horas, lo que nos dice que probablemente venga a haber una corrección. Y otra cosa que es importante notar es en nuestro último cierre mensual cerramos por debajo de nuestro promedio del 9 y ahora estamos muy por debajo de nuestro promedio del 9. Si quieres volverte alcista en Rivian, tienes que estar por encima de los $13. Es muy, muy, muy importante que podamos cerrar por encima de los $13 si queremos ser alcistas en Rivian. Por ahora, esto nos pone más en tesitura de venir a buscar la parte baja de este triángulo, que son los 11.20. Y pues debajo de los 11.20 estás hablando ya de $10 y ahí se empezaría a poner bastante interesante la cosa. 2 semanas tenemos a Rivian por debajo del 9.21, lo perdimos acá. Esta sería la segunda vela. Tienes el 9 ya al 9 y el 21 literalmente dándose la vuelta como si hubiera sido alcista, pero tienes el 34 encima, ni siquiera te rechazó el 55. Vamos a ver qué exactamente pasa por ahí. Pero con la de 2 semanas ya podemos usar el HPDR, que hay más datos, y tenemos un rechazo en la media, cabrón. Esta media se encuentra en los 12.96. Una vez más, $13 es importantísimo. Y de no poder recuperarlo en 4 días y 3 semanas, vas a venir a la parte baja de la zona azul, que está en 9.83, junto a mi línea de los $10. Y eso te pone ya en plan de, puede que ahí aguante en los $10. Pero si llegas a perder los 9.50 en cualquier tipo de flashazo, vas muy probablemente a los 8.30. Y de los 8.30 tienes camino a los $7. Semanal, semanal también tienes todos tus promedios aquí arriba en hilerita, junto con el rechazo de tu de tu media, que se encuentra justamente donde está mi línea meme, y eso te está llevando para acá abajo. Tu siguiente objetivo tiene más probabilidades de ser los 10.85, y de llegar a los 10.85 esperarías que aguante con todo y rebote, porque si no, los 9.76 se abre la puerta a ellos, y de ahí ya básicamente mucho más para abajo. 2 días, ya estamos por debajo de la zona azul, rechazando la zona azul desde acá, ahora acá. Cualquier cierre por debajo de 11.73 con esta vela topera te debería llevar mucho más abajo, por ahí de los 9.90, 10.90. Y si eso se llega a dar, ya saben cuál sería nuestra siguiente opción, por ahí de los $10. Con todos tus promedios por acá, aparte con un cruce plateado a la baja, un silver cross a la baja, como el que no aquí lo tienen, y eso quiere decir que el promedio del 9 sea la oportunidad perfecta para hacerle un corto a esta madre. Ahora, Rivian también va a tener un excelente tercer cuarto. Esto a mí se me hace una anormalidad. La tabla sí se ve muy negativa. Y en esto quiere decir, me voy a meter no, me voy a quedar solamente en el trade de Tesla, no me voy a meter en este. Ya saben que aquí yo estoy interesado en posicionarme a largo plazo, no en tradearlo. Lo mismo con Tesla, pero Tesla se me hace mucho más fácil de tradear, además de que está en BTCC. Pero acá en la diaria puedes ver rechazo del 9. Mínimo por ahora estás aguantando por encima de la zona azul que está en los 11.97, $12. La cosa es, si no puedes vencer acá a los 12.30, subir los 12.27, esto te rechaza y llegas a perder los 11.97, vas a ir justamente a los 11.30. Y ahí esperarías que aguante con todo tu corazón. Y si no aguanta los 11.30, 11.19, prepárate para ver números muy, muy negativos en Rivian. Así que ahí les va esto. Bastante sencillo. Y lo pueden ver literalmente en este ejemplo perfectamente. Tuvimos un S&P gigantesco, de este triángulo gigantesco acá. Esto. Y ahora nos regresó, caímos adentro del triangulito y estamos intentando salir. Si no podemos volver a salir y retomar estos niveles tal cual lo estás viendo, esto tiene más probabilidades de dar continuación. Primer objetivo, 11.20. Segundo objetivo, $10 si se llega a dar ese 11.20. Por ahora tenemos que esperar paso a paso, momento a momento, a ver qué es lo que va a pasar acá. Pero tienes momentum apuntando para arriba en la diaria y en la de 4 horas, lo que nos dice que probablemente estemos ante una corrección, y esta corrección puede que haya sido esto a la alza, o puede que te dé otra hasta tal vez este nivel de los 12.70, pero de ahí debería de rechazar si es que continúa siendo bajista. La manera de saber que estamos equivocados en ser bajistas es simplemente llevarte los 14.49 en cualquier flash and dash, o tener cierres semanales por arriba de 13.30. Cierres semanales por arriba de 13.30 o un flash and dash hasta los 14.51, alcista. Abajo de los 12.27, bajista. Y abajo de los 12, muy bajista. Ahí está. Más fácil no se puede poner. Ahí arriba, damas y caballeros. Vamos. Alrighty, sir. We're ready for AC. What? Arch?
Yeah, arch.
Arch. Yeah.
Because there's
What
a few. There was this one on OSL. The one on NASDAQ is ARC X. So.
No, I think it's just that one. Yeah.
Right? It'd have to be because they all, whenever you get a chart like this, they all kind of look the same. So I think it is this one.
Of course. We're looking at another one of those.
Yeah, it's one of these. But, you know, I did try to gather some kind of analysis on this. So what I found interesting on this was the macro. So the 2-month is giving you a volatility setup. Sprinkle in a monthly as well. Doesn't need to fire off. Clearly, we've seen just that. It's been just at under 15% for like a year. But I thought, you know, this channel is actually valid. It's been pretty well respected as well. And when viewing the monthly, you've just been under the monthly 9. This low kind of was like a liquidity grab, almost failed breakdown. And then you moved up. You're towards the end of this channel if it's going to be valid. And so I'm watching the volatility on the monthly. For me to actually get bullish on this and maybe give bulls some chance, I'd want to start seeing $29 get reclaimed. I think that would be a great spot. You're then above all major moving averages on the monthly. You have no risk of a deviation, and you possibly are going to flip $28.35 into support. Because we could obviously say that that's next, that's going to happen, but you very well could just reject here. It's under all major moving averages. You've hit the EMA 21. You're already finding rejection, and you're towards just kind of, well, you're just in the gray zone of this chart. Like there's nothing much other than like $10 after this. All right, the 2-week is also telling because, you know, bulls are trying here. This is 3 days to go until it closes. And so all eyes on this 2-week. If you are bullish, you're really trying to see if moving averages on the 2-week can possibly get reclaimed. You're gauging the weekly, the 5-day, and that'll then hopefully give you a chance of maybe getting a good monthly close. It's all just going to be dependent on the monthly. Now this is good, but you know, you very well again could reject here, lose that 2-week EMA 9, and start breaking down. It's going to be very crucial to see where this 2-week closes if you're watching this, because this has been very solid resistance. Mind you, each of these are 2 weeks, so you can just see how well this has been rejected, and very well respected in resistance at EMA 34. You know, getting back above that, holding, moving up to $29. I do think then you can start maybe talking about going up to the 30s. But again, this very well could just reject where it's at, roll over, lose $23, and then break down. So up or down basically, but the 2 weeks giving, you know, bulls hopium at least. And same with this weekly. I understand the weekly is rejecting the EMA 100. So when I see something like that, I'm just kind of gauging to see if we're going to flip that weekly 9 into support and maybe get another shot at testing the extremity high, which at this case is $25, just using that weekly 9. Because again, similar to the 2 week, I mean, just look how well that EMA 34 was pretty heavily rejected. All these weekly, you know, these wick high rejections are representing that. Each weekly candle could not reclaim that. So, you know, you very well as a bull would want to see this hold, chop, and then move back up. So, I mean, in summary, you're just kind of seeing if maybe the weekly is going to hold the 9, and then therefore then the 2 week can possibly reclaim above the EMA 34. And if all those can happen, then that can give possibly the monthly a shot at getting back above the EMA 21. And that's kind of my perspective on this chart. I don't think you should be using lower time frames. A 5-day or higher makes sense, because if you start going to a daily, it just, well, doesn't really, to me, it doesn't really give you a lot other than like what the weekly could already give you. Dailies above the SMA 200, you're gauging this to get retested and hold. But again, you could just kind of solidify that with the weekly and the 5-day. So, because what you don't want is to look at the daily and say, this is very bullish. We're about to go up. There's no resistance ahead. Then you go to the 5-day and the weekly, and it's like, yeah, no, there definitely is resistance for sure. Definitely. So that's why I'm saying that. But I do think using $29 is a good spot. You're above the weekly SMA 200. Let's see if there's been any kind of occurrence where that has happened. There has not. And I do think if you get back above $29, this easily can slingshot to $34. You've seen this range play out pretty aggressively and fast. Got back above $29. The accurate number is $28.35. I'm using 29 as just an easy gauge. But then you can just see here, you were able to move up pretty aggressively to the next zone, opening up potentially a 23% range. And same when you lose it. You lost it here, the $34, aggressive dump. So, you know, that's kind of what I can offer bulls. We'll wait for $29 to get reclaimed. If that does occur and you get that weekly SMA 200 reclaim, this will really solidify this being a bottom. And then this will open up the next range, and then all eyes on $34. But until then, you're just kind of hoping and waiting. and you're towards the end of this channel, you have volatility on all higher time frame contracted, telling you a move is coming. And if you do get a move to $34, is that, you know, an amazing thing? Well, yeah, that would be actually really good. You would be then potentially brewing a reclaim on like the bi-monthly, quarterly, actually reclaiming levels that hasn't really been above other than here. You got back above the quarterly 9, lost it. And that's when this was trading at like $900. Terrible. So you can just see kind of where we're at in real time, how this level is very important. That bi-monthly that I mentioned, let's see. Same with that bi-monthly. So yeah, nothing really is, you know, nothing's really fun for bulls until $29 reclaim and then $35. And then you can start maybe talking about a trend shift here. But this literally just looks like lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, question mark. Towards the end of this on very low volatility. The only 2-month BWP setup you've ever gotten was here. So something's coming. And I would bet more likely on trend, higher time frame trend, and saying, well, this is probably brewing. So just be aware of that. Understand it doesn't really become fun until $29. And that's only fun because of this range. Your best bet is, you know, getting back above $35 and then maybe targeting up here at like 49. But that's all just hopium. And this 2-month, I like, ties it up nicely. Watch this carefully. Use the weekly, the 5-day, and the 2-week to kind of gauge a good monthly and bi-monthly close. Because that's really what it's going to come down to, because that's where you're getting the higher time frame volatility setups. So this isn't bullish. If it was like doing this, this would have been good. It's crazy this did end up dumping on a meme line. But that's just how weak this chart is. On a simple meme line, you went down a lot, 24%. So yeah, just be aware of that. I'm watching this channel. You're towards the end. If this is going to be true, it's like, you know, September is when you're going to get some kind of move on this. If it's going to be true, it doesn't have to be. Not being true, it just means this happens. You just chop. So I'd like to believe, though, that you're going to see something here soon. You have the volatility setups for it, so crazy. I wonder where they find these charts, truly.
I'm going to be honest with you. It was the wrong chart. They just came in. Emily just came in and said, I'm sorry, it's ACA chart, which I already have charted, but we got a great lesson on that terrible chart that you looked at. I'm sorry. I just felt bad. Like this was like 3 quarters in. It was already like you're basically finishing, and then it's like, oh, I'm fucked up. I'm like, all right, I'll don't worry, I'll take care of this one, Alex.
Okay,
I'll take care of this one. Yeah,
this is a lot better. ACHR looks a lot better than that other one. I'll say that.
Yeah.
So all right, cool.
Thank God they didn't buy that one.
Yeah, at least I hope the good part is that no one's actually buying that chart, because not really good.
Absolutely. Unless you boys have anything else to say or share, we are basically done. I'll finish this and I'll see you guys on the chat.
Sweet. Yeah, thank you.
Let's try to manifest the new all-time high on Bitcoin, and
let's all manifest it. By the way, everyone has read the book on manifestation. I'm sure everyone by now is a billionaire, right? Because it certainly works.
Yeah.
I'm sure
you
all
can
learned
manifest
the book.
anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like that.
I'm trying to manifest a bigger PP.
I'll show you how to do it. I'm telling you, once you watch my crazy video when I translate it to English, you'll understand how crazy
I'm
maybe
looking forward to that, honestly. Hopefully you can do that.
I will. I have to. You'll see why. All righty. Thank you so much, boys.
Thank you, boys.
Have a good one. Enjoy yourselves.
Buenas tardes, hasta luego.
Hasta luego. Vale, mi estimadísimo Emily, te mamaste con esto, pero lo corregimos, chingada, como de que no, dame un segundo. La primera tabla que analizó Alex fue ARC, que fue la que habíamos visto al principio que mandó. Emily, pero tristemente se había equivocado, así que es ACHR, ¿ok? Es lo que estamos viendo acá. La razón por la que pregunta es por este gran patrón de tasa con agarradera, y se los he platicado y se los he enseñado 1000 veces. Está preparándolo. Está preparándolo. Por ahora, esto todavía tiene cara bastante buena. Lo podemos ver. Este es un gráfico mensual. Esta es obviamente la deliciosa tasa. La consolidación es la manija y eso te debería llevar bastante arriba. No le hemos puesto objetivo todavía, ¿no? Ahí te va. Para poner un objetivo en uno de estos movimientos tienes que ir a la parte más baja del precio dentro de la tasa, irte a donde está el café básicamente, y acá es básicamente un doble techo en el pecho, $18. Estamos cotizando en 9.70 y por ahora, ¿qué es lo que queremos ver del precio? Has tenido en la mensual, estás por encima del promedio del 9 y lo has estado desde aquí abajo. Esto es bastante bueno, esto es alcista. También tienes el 9 por encima del 21, el 34, el 55. Esto señala fuerza y continúa sin tocar el promedio del 9 por acá. Lo que estás viendo, además de toda esta consolidación, es en este nivel tan importante, en los 9.74, tienes 1, 2, 3 cierres mensuales por encima de. Con que este cierre te lo vuelva a dar por encima de los 9.74, para arriba. Si no llegas a perder el promedio del 9, y no tendría nada de malo venir a visitar los 7 para dar continuación. Este tipo de consolidaciones agresivas es a propósito. Lo que hacen es, te hacen pensar que ya te fuiste al cielo, te hacen pensar que tu idea fue incorrecta, te vas a ir al cielo y te tienen que dar otra vez tu idea incorrecta para que no te puedas llevar todo el dinero. De eso se trata la bolsa. Para toda la gente que cree que esto ocurre simplemente porque hay gente comprando y vendiendo, por favor, véndanme de los chocolates que se tomen para ir a esa realidad tan hermosa donde ustedes viven. Por ahora, con el HPDR mensual, podemos ver nuestro promedio 9 justamente en los 9.35. De no aguantar más allá de los 7.76, podrías caer sin problema alguno a los 6.42 hasta el 61.8% en los 5.60 y sigues haciendo un bajo más alto que este. Este bajo está en los 5.48. Esto es lo peligroso de este tipo de tablas, ¿no? Porque te está dando básicamente un setup bastante sencillo a seguir, pero al mismo tiempo la invalidación del mismo es bastante difícil. Ahora, veníamos en extremos, este movimiento de expansión de volatilidad nos lo dio a la alza y ahora está contrayendo. Esto es en la mensual. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas tenemos también volatilidad en expansión y ahorita está a punto de pintar una contracción. Pero en lo que estamos por acá, vemos el rechazo del 78.6%, vemos el rechazo del 50% hasta mi línea meme y ahora estamos cayendo a la zona azul. Acá podríamos encontrarnos con el 870, que es la media, y de no aguantar el 870 serían los 774, la mejor oportunidad por ahí. Ahora, podría una vez más caer hasta los 640, pero también no creo que vaya a ser tan suertuda la gente en esto y ahorita les voy a decir por qué. Volatilidad en la semanal está contrayendo al punto más bajo que ha contraído en toda la historia. Vas a querer ver esta tabla en la semanal definitivamente. Una vez que esto, y recuerden, nuestro 15%, ahí está. Una vez que la volatilidad baje por acá, está preparando el cero más, bueno, ya tal cual se puede dar la vuelta y hacer el cero más explosivo de toda su historia, pero ahí lo tienes. Acá arriba estás abriendo por debajo de la media que fue esta. Esto te da más probabilidades de venir al 38.6% en la parte baja de la zona azul y si no al 61.8% por ahí de los 8.20. El promedio del 100 se encuentra en los 7.23. Lo tocaste una vez acá y eso te llevó para acá. No me sorprendería que lo fueras a tocar una vez más en la semanal. Voy a ir a la diaria. Diaria tienes volatilidad contrayendo también. Déjame ver la de 2 días rápido. Ok. Diaria tienes volatilidad contrayendo. Además de tener volatilidad contrayendo, todo el HPDR está bajando. Esto quiere decir que ahorita el promedio del 9 no te lo va a dar. Tu primera zona de tensión van a ser los 9.50 y de ahí los 8.66. Ok, fácil, 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 fácil. Esto es lo que estoy viendo. Ok. Déjame, simplemente hago esto. Yo creo que tus oportunidades más grandes para entrar en esto va a ser tu primera acá, para poder acumular más. Tu segunda va a ser esta zona en los 770. Y yo no tomaría en cuenta que vas a caer hasta este punto en los 624. Yo creo que estas dos serían excelentes oportunidades. Y aquí abajo, el mejor escenario van a ser los 650, creo yo, por acá. Todo esto podría resultar en el mismo tipo de acción, ¿no? Que caiga y suba. Entonces, esto se trata de acumulación. Esto no es a menos de que quieras hacer un trade. El trade acá más fácil es este. El 9 en corto hasta el 200. Pero esto es alcista. A fin de cuentas, también tienes que ver esto. Puedes poner acá o acá. Yo me atrevería a ponerlo así. ¿Ok? Eliminando esto. Y eso me pone, al caer por acá, en los 840, una vez más, tengo mi primera entrada, pero no la segunda ni la tercera. Esto es lo que yo haría si estoy entrando en long. Estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la baja, por cierto, en la diaria. En la de 2 días no, pero en la diaria sí. Entonces también ten un ojo ahí bien pelado. Si eso llega a darse, cualquier oportunidad del 9 para abajo. ¿Y cuándo fue la última vez que tuvo un cruce plateado a la baja? Acá. No bajó tanto. Fue de 8.50 a 5. Bueno, eso sí es una considerable bajada. De esto acá en la diaria, 34%. Digamos que se llegara a dar el cruce plateado por acá, ¿no? Aquí. Si fuera el mismo tamaño, los $7 deberían de aguantar. Y normalmente son. Sí. Ahorita, si llegas a perder este nivel en los 9.74, yo diría que estas zonas van a ser las importantes para ti. El S&P 200 en los 8.66, la segunda son los 7.77 y la tercera van a ser los 6.75. Más allá de eso, esto debería de continuar a la alza. En todas las temporalidades se ve muy alcista. Este es un excelente patrón de consolidación, alcista de precio y no hay duda alguna que se ve bien. Y ahí lo tienes. Ahí lo tienes, mijo. Oye, ahí lo tienes, mijo. Qué buena onda. Pero ¿me peiné o no? Lo que pasa es que me desperté así. Ya saben cómo funciona el tío Salo. Ahí lo tenemos. Básicamente eso fue todo lo que vimos el día de hoy. Voy a estar viendo Tesla personalmente. Definitivamente quiero entrar en ese trade. Si se me llegan a dar los 3.34, lo voy a tomar en largo. Me voy a ir en long hasta los 3.70. Esa va a ser la primera zona donde me deshaga de él. Más allá de esto, en Rivian estoy esperando que podamos cerrar por encima de los 12.30. Eso es lo que me gustaría ver. ¿Qué otra cosa estoy viendo? Bitcoin, por supuesto. Quiero que los 120, 200 aguanten. Digo que los 119, 900, básicamente los 120 aguanten. Estamos en 119, 666. Si no podemos aguantar acá, probablemente otro viaje a los 117 no va a ser fuera de lo normal y también entraría en ese corto. Simplemente viendo, tengo que ver diferentes temporalidades. Solana, cualquier toque del 173 voy a comprarlo en long y voy a hacerlo porque va a tener un rebote en el 173. Ethereum no lo estoy tocando, no estoy, más allá de haber visto que literalmente teníamos que comprarlo en el fondo. Y honestamente todos mis trades de Ethereum fueron de fondo para arriba, que ahora me duele no haberme los quedado, pero también la tensión está buena. Me gusta simplemente mi 30, 40, 50%, me lo llevo rápido. No estoy en XRP. ¿Qué otra acción estoy viendo por acá que me interesaba? Y ya, ahí lo tienen. Así, bastante fácil, puesto enfrente de todos ustedes. Esos son los niveles que estamos viendo el día de hoy. Recuerden. Las noticias no son noticias, son narrativas para todos ustedes, para engañarlos a todos. Y cualquier experto, mientras más experto de algo eres, más probabilidad de haber sido engañado en cómo funciona y quedarte amarrado en eso, en esa caja vas a estar. Así que te recomiendo siempre todo ver con los ojos abiertos, con estar en el presente, voltearlo a ver tal cual por lo que es y asegurarte que lo que te están diciendo y lo que crees de esa cosa no sea algo que alguien más haya instalado en tu cabeza, sino de lo que sea en verdad. Es todo lo que les quiero decir. La economía en Estados Unidos está hecha mierda, no solamente son algunos de ustedes, somos todos, estamos en la mierda, así que no se sientan solos, no se sientan acabados, mis estimados, para nada de esto. Les tengo unos buenos videos, lo que no sé es cómo hacerlos. Entonces, estoy en ello, les tengo estos buenos videos. Mañana obviamente nadie me preguntó y solamente estoy pensando. Tengo una nueva, es que creo que va a ser una nueva cuenta de Instagram para esto y perdón para toda la gente que me sigue en Instagram. No sé si deba hacerlo o no. Una nueva cuenta. Pero en fin, esos son mis pedos mentales. No los voy a poner aquí a decidir conmigo. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Cuídense mucho. Vamos a ver si este alt season de verdad pega tal cual. No me caería mal hacer muchísimo dinero, pero no sé. Suena que es temporada de Ethereum. Suena que es temporada de otras cosas. Suena que ha cambiado muchísimo todo el landscape en cripto. Así que vamos a poner atención. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos ustedes. Cuídense mucho. Pórtense bien o pórtense mal. Siempre y cuando puedas vivir con ello, todo bien. Nos vemos pronto.